Hey guys, Gerald here in the studio again. I have a new concept art video where I cover my entire process of how I create this cyberpunk character. We're gonna start with the line sketch, and that's how I ideate the character, a simple color block out to define the color palette of the design, and then we're gonna move on to establishing forms and values. And to finish this tutorial off, I'm gonna show you how I use photo bashing and kit bashing from other images to produce a final concept. The total duration of this tutorial is approximately 4 hours, and it will be unedited as I walk you through the entire process of how I create this concept. Sit back, enjoy, and do let me know what you think. Thank you. So what I thought of doing today is I have my webcam on, and I figured I was going to do a little bit of photo bashing. But this time just walk my way through while I work, and you get to see what references I'm using. And I want to structure this demo around the idea of photo bashing 101, or at least how I do it, how I photo bash. So we're going to create a simple helmet/helmet character concept. Helmet design concept, right? And for me, what's important to start with is just a basic idea. So I want to do a medic, maybe a combat medic or urban combat medic. Something that could work in like a cyberpunk era or world. So maybe it's a droid medic, as in a medic that repairs augmented humans. All right, so that's basically the idea. And we're just going to design a bust, something really simple, just to get our gears turning. All right, so that's like the basic idea. So what we're going to do now is just start to sketch and just come up with a loose idea of what I want this thing to be. So while I'm drawing this, I'm kind of like jumping in between shape languages that I like. I've always liked those large VR goggles that you used to see in the early 80s. Well, you still see them today actually with the Oculus. But I always thought they had a very old futurism, right? Because I think, to me, cyberpunk is kind of like technology used in the worst way possible, or the most unelegant way possible, right? Because if you think about some kind of goggles in the perfect sense of the future, it should be totally unhindered. You should just have it embedded into your eyeball or something. So to have this giant visor in front of your head is kind of like the opposite of what you want technology to do for you. But it does make for a pretty cool aesthetic. So I'm thinking of like that large Oculus front thing. In fact, I've scaled it up even further, so it kind of looks like a Mr. Krabby Patty's daughter, in SpongeBob, the big, I think his daughter is a whale. Something like that. It's like a large, recognizable design. And I've always liked characters with or helmets with a nice jawline. So I'm thinking of extending it. And then what we can do is we can have tubings and whatnot extending further. So this is literally the first drawing of the day, so I'm definitely still a little bit stiff. So I'm going to rely on a lot of my, muscle memory and comfort zone to kind of come up with something. So I do want the mouth to be revealed. That way we get a sense of who is underneath all of this. And Let's give it like big earpieces. So maybe some kind of techie Red Cross vibe thing here. Well, let's put this aside for a moment and maybe extend it a little bit and let's come up with another one. I want to do at least two, so I know what I'm getting myself into here. Usually, once I start to warm up, like you can see here, I'm feeling much better about my line weight. Definitely feel more confident as well. But I'm still going to retain that same shape language, that big, bulbous whale head thing. There's a mouth there, the nose. Maybe a little swooping back, kind of like how that back was arching, was angled backwards like that. So see how that goes. Nice big collar. Because one thing nice about the collar, yeah, we can add like a little transparent piece of plastic there to kind of acts as a mouth shield, right? Kind of like what you see in this COVID era, like what people might wear as like a mouth guard. So this is going to be like a clear, maybe green plastic or just clear plastic in general. That might be cool. Just add a middle line to see where the shape is going. So I think definitely this is it's a winner. I think second sketch. Let's just run with this one. See how we go with it. Got some nice little ideas going on. We could play with like little lights, little sensors, cameras in the front here, perhaps. Maybe cameras all the way to the back. So if they have to go into a dangerous situation, they kind of always have AI systems monitoring their surroundings, scanning LiDAR scans of the crash site or rescue site so they know exactly what to do. Maybe let's add a nice big soft tube at the back to break the silhouette a little bit. So nice big chunky squarish silhouette. Not trying to be comfortable, not trying to be sexy, just very brutish shape language. Let's push this even further up and let's just have fun with that. Why not? Why not just push the idea further? Okay, so that's kind of like our rough sketch. Now, again, this is a photo bashing 101, but we got to start with the design. There's kind of like no real way to go around it. Photo bashing is merely a technique to populate your existing design with additional detail and information, right? It's not meant to help solve your design, at least not by a lot, because it shouldn't, honestly. If you're using photo bashing to solve your design, you're kind of like not exactly designing anymore, because inevitably your designs are going to appear more chaotic because you're sampling from several locations, both from a shape language perspective to a lighting and material perspective. So it's generally not a good idea to use photo bashing as the start point. It's a great way to kind of at the middle or the late stages of your concept, because usually at the middle or late stage, you already have majority of your design blocked out, and you're kind of just focusing on fleshing out the surface or fleshing out the details. And if you have a time constraint, you don't have time to render or paint everything out, that's where you might want to look into a technique like photo bashing, 3D bashing, you name it, to get more bang for your buck with respect to how much time you spent on your artwork. So this second line work pass, I'm being much more careful because everything I put here, ideally, I want to keep it. I want to make sure that line weight wise is clear, is easy to understand. I'm being as neat and careful as I can so that I understand the surfaces and the changes in shapes. That will just make it easier for my painting phase. So I watch a good amount of Proco on YouTube, and especially when it comes to just improving drawing, sketching, fundamental mindsets and whatnot. His Karl Kapinski interviews are awesome. His Kim Jung-gi interviews are awesome. So I'm kind of like, I've been drawing for many years, but just watching and listening someone of that caliber do it, it really helps a lot. So right now, as I'm sketching, I'm trying to remember everything that Kim Jung-gi and Karl Kapinski would talk about with respect to keeping your lines loose, but also focusing on capturing 3D forms and how forms wrap around a shape using just lines. Because even though this is a line drawing, I still want to make sure that I'm actually thinking about, I'm almost sculpting the surface. So basically, like you can see in this collar here, how the two pipes wrap around the neck collar. Just want to make sure that it's kind of explained clearly even in the sketch phase, because it's really going to affect my choices of painting later or fleshing this out later. So I want to make sure that as much as I can, every line that I put in at this point is actually highlighting a form, and I'm not just adding lines for adding lines' sake. All right, so we have a cool head shape here. I'm tempted to want to add some values, by shading some things in, but I don't think it's really necessary. So I'm just going to keep it line weight first and not so much detail as well. It's more about, I guess, if the detail affects the 3D shape, then I'm going to have to solve it. But if it doesn't, I'm good with just kind of leaving it a little bit loose. Let's add a nice little connection point here before I add the soft tube, and a little bit of ribbing to show the perspective and the changes in form as the cable turns. Maybe we should add, I don't know, what if there's a little siren, flashing siren, the color there. All right, pretty cool, pretty fun design. Nothing too spectacular. Very much in my realm of comfort zone. I tend to draw stuff like this in my sketchbook anyway. So this is nice, fun, and easy. So just want to stress that if you're learning this kind of stuff, I mean, it should take time. I mean, art is something that is, like any muscle gained ability, like basketball, violin, piano, sports in general. It's an extremely long and arduous process to get your muscles to react a certain way at the beginning of it, right? Because you are effectively trying to rewire your brain, which runs on synapses and electrons firing, to something that is physically moving across space, which is your hands and your body. So trying to get those two things to coordinate, there's no real solution besides brute forcing it, which is why people talk about the 10,000 hour thing. And it has a lot of truth to it, because at minimum, that should be the amount of time required to rewire your brain, so that it actually starts to, so that actually your hands and your fingers start to listen completely to what your brain is asking it to do. So don't try to rush that process. It happens obviously faster than some people, but slower than others. But it sure will happen if you put the time and hour and your back into it. So, and I don't normally sketch this quick if I'm working on something that I'm not as comfortable with, like a theme that I don't have enough visual library. Then I might find myself kind of bouncing back and forth references a bit more, or throwing away sketches a bit more. But that's a very, very natural process to design. There is going to be a lot of back and forth as you're trying to find something that works visually. All right, so I'm just gonna lighten this so that it shows that there is a transparent surface affecting the values of the lines. And I'm just gonna going through over the drawing again, and what I'm looking for now is trying to establish separation. So basically what I'm trying to say is this section here, which I highlighted, I want to make sure like this is a part that goes into the design. That it's like an obviously separated entity from maybe this entire housing here. So this whole part is one entire housing, and I want to make sure that when I'm drawing this, I understand that, because it does affect how we plan to add the colors and values and materials to this later on in this video. Okay, so I'm kind of like noodling around now. There's still a lot of areas that need to be defined further. Maybe especially I'm looking at this area as kind of like a concern zone. But in terms of big shapes, I think this is working out. It's a nice clean form. Got some cool things going on. I did intentionally make the shape language very rounded, because, medical officers, things like that. I'm thinking of how, ambulances look nice and round and chamfered across the edges. So I figure this might be a nice little route to take. And plus, it'll be interesting to add some nice shading and surfaces to it, which is what we're going to do now. So I'm going to drop the opacity of this layer. And the way I like to do my process of digital art, at least in the first stages like this, is actually to create a clean value selection or a clean form selection. I usually try to get the big shapes that are not overlapping, right? So in this case, I do want to not select that other part of the collar just yet, and maybe not the back tube. And we're gonna just add a base color. I'm not really sure what color I want this to be, but I tend to bounce between the white gray. It's still like the easiest color to work with. When you think about it, a medic, I'm thinking the palette's going to be more on the realms of this kind of surgeon green, or cyan. There's definitely going to be a white gray. Let me desaturate this. Let me lower that value. And probably some kind of just a darker gray. And accent colors would be red. And I'm thinking cyan blue. All right, so just some kind of base idea of where we want the color schemes to be. So from here, let's get some very basic 2-layer system. I'm not going to select the visor there because we're just going to add an effect over that to create the visor look. So we don't really need that at the moment. And we'll just add that in. And basically now what I'll do is just focus on figuring out like what the big color separations are going to be. So maybe all of the trim. So what I look for in my designs is, let's have all of the X a certain color, right? So in this case, maybe all the trim, tubing, and piping are going to be a particular color. I'm just using lasso and filling it up, cleaning it if I need to. I definitely want this main helmet housing to be a nice white. And the white's going to help a lot because it kind of gives us that important measurement of like where our visual jumps are going to be. All right. So this is a tubing area, so it should be gray. Maybe more tubing over here, kind of like forming a barrier between the two. So we're just designing color at the moment, right? Not thinking about material yet, just trying to figure out placements of surfaces. And if we're consistent with where the materials or colors are placed, it also kind of gives us a guide. Like, I'm almost now starting to suggest that anytime you see white, it's a kind of like hard polymer plastic, almost, right? Because there can be exceptions, but almost always it's going to be hard polymer plastic. Gray is going to be that stretchy rubber. I think we need another tone, right? So maybe what we can do is, I think we need a secondary white. How about a gray? Slightly darker gray. Yeah, I think that looks good. I'll probably pop in a gold or copper somewhere eventually, just because I like that color. But this stage is really important, right? Because it actually establishes the placement, the size, and the balance of all of these values or materials. That looks okay. This should be red because we want this to be kind of some flashing lights later. And also, let's not forget, I'm just being a little bit cheeky with the red cross and just making a PlayStation directional pad. Just go with that whole cyberpunky bit. And this is going to be skin tone, so I'm definitely sure it's going to be a separate material altogether. So we'll just pop in a generic skin tone first and just leave it there. And I'm thinking the lining, of all of that should be green. So what we have left is we need to figure out color of the tubing. Maybe just dark gray. Yeah. I don't know. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see what else we can work with. Let's try this for now, like a dark green. And with that blocked in, this can be dark gray. Maybe a dark gray lining in between here as well. So I'm using my dark gray as like a value breaker between two value groups, right? So two colors. So we're using the dark gray as a bridge between them. So they just so that the colors just either intentionally split or intentionally combined, right? So this bridge here, we want it to be intentionally combined, but I do want a intentional split here. So it's important to know when you want your colors to merge and when you want your colors to not merge. Okay, and I do think the insides of this, man, they're a little bit too green for my liking. So let's just add a secondary tone here. There we go. And a good portion of this, we'll just keep it as dark gray. Just darken this a little bit. It's lacking a little bit of white. So let me just isolate this and I think that's better. Maybe a little bit more white here. We are designing a bust, so I mean, if it was a full concept, I think it would affect my choices a little bit more. But we can kind of just work with the sense of just whatever is in place here at the moment. And all of these little techie bits with the mounted cameras and whatnot, I think we'll just add a generic. Just keep it gray first. It's going to be something else altogether. It's probably going to be more like metal, so it's actually going to reflect more light. But for the sake of value jumps, I'm going to keep it gray, as well as all of these little screw points and whatnot. So I think just initial inspection, I think these value groups are kind of nice. Seems to be working okay. I am concerned about the next stages, which is the lighting. That's going to be the biggest challenge. But I'm going to keep all of these layers and just so that we can do like a nice overview where we've come so far. So what I'm going to do now is actually, because we have everything separated by hue, right? Because if I just hide it, it's actually all just one color. I can actually use my magic wand, and basically what we're going to do now is apply a lighting and shading pass. So what it's going to look like, it's something like this. So if you have a white surface, which is actually quite complex to get right in terms of lighting, it's going to have if we have a soft light coming at the top, you're going to get a soft shadow that's going to have a band somewhere around here, right? And slightly darker tone in the middle, depending on how reflective or metallic this surface is. And you're also going to get a little hot spot somewhere at the top there, which we can't see because it's basically white on white, but it's there. And if we add a plane at the bottom, and it's the same material, it's also going to cast like a very soft This is not a cast shadow, but this is more of an ambient shadow. So even in very soft lightings, um, very ambient lighting, you would still see a soft shadow, soft ambient shadow like that. And the most important thing is to understand like the values so you don't accidentally go too far in a sense where you use like, for example, what I used to do when I did this was end up using pure black, and that's never going to happen because that's way too dark for a white on white surface. So it's probably going to be even softer than that. And you might have a additional softer cast shadow. All right, so it's probably going to look somewhere along the lines of this soft shadow because the lighting is quite soft, and then you get a little bit of ambient occlusion. So that's what we need to try and add to the white surface here. So if you're not on top of your material fundamentals or lighting fundamentals, basically what I'll recommend is just do a sphere practice like the way I just did just now. I think once you fully understand the sphere and how lighting reacts to it, then you can start moving to other basic polygonal forms, and just make sure you really understand how lighting wraps around these kind of 3D shapes before addressing something as complicated as what you have here. Alternatively, of course, you can just learn to model in Blender or whatever 3D package, and then just model this whole thing out and let 3D solve it for you. That also works, but you have to learn how to use Blender. So I'm just using a soft brush at the moment, and what I'm doing is I'm making use of the selection to allow me to get to use a relatively large and soft airbrush, but still keep all of my edges nice, clean, and precise. And let me just lower the opacity of this sketch so that it doesn't get in the way of my values, right? So what I want to see is things like this, like the lighting is clearly showing how the shape is bending and curving downwards. The local values are good. And let's move on to the next part. So I'm going to actually start to separate this color because I have a feeling that's going to make my life easier. We'll include everything here. So everything in this foreground, let's just separate. This is just smart layer management. So I can just use the clipping and do something like this, right? Just use the burn tool and not have to relasso those areas. So sometimes I use the burn tool. Right now it's set to highlights. That way the highlight values, well, if you're burning it, yeah, I get, because I want to burn like the overall value, right? If I burn shadows, is in the shadows mode, is actually only going to pick up these shadow tones, which is not what I'm looking for. So I'm not overly concerned about details at this point, so whatever tubing, like whatever wrinkles or cloth folding shapes, I'm not too worried about that yet. What I want to make sure now is that all of the big forms are reading correctly. And reading correctly meaning the shadows are correct for them. So if there's supposed to be a change in form language here, as well as which is a soft bend and which is a hard bend, is also something I'm concerned about at the moment. So just using the lasso there, that's just to make sure that I'm selecting the correct edges. So this is the critical point, at least for me. Especially if you're not using any 3D package, you want to make sure you spend a good amount of time getting all of those forms to react correctly. So There's a little cutout here, so it's going to be darker, and maybe a little bit of light's going to collect at the bottom. Looking good. So let's just make sure that this little jawline part is actually jutting out to the point where it's actually receiving light. So I just want to make sure that the values suggest that. And everything else is facing away from the light, so rightfully so, they would be a little bit darker. But we have a form transition here, which actually is going to go back into the light here. Okay, same thing with the white here. So if the form changes are soft, then I'm going to use just the soft airbrush to suggest more gradual form changes, compared to, let's say, what you see here where the form changes are really hard. And in this case, I noticed that this form change was too hard, so I'm going to just use a smudge tool and soften that form transition up, because it shouldn't be a hard transition there. So you can always just go back and use a smudge tool to fix that. Or alternatively, you can actually select the form like this and then press Shift F6 to feather your selection. And that also is a nice way to soften that selection of yours. Okay, so let's keep moving along. Let's continue fleshing out the surface and cutouts of this entire helmet. And so right now, I do have a clear idea in mind that the lighting for this character is not drastic. It's what we call like a soft lighting or almost overcast light. And the reason behind this is just much more manageable from a lighting perspective. There are a few recommendations, from me at least, when it comes to first achieving good lighting. Is for me, the first one is stick to one light if possible. Get really, really good with understanding one light source first before you start to play around with multiple light sources. Secondly is directional light, as in a really harsh, strong light, is quite challenging to get to look right. Generally, softer lights allow you more room for error or more wiggle room for mistakes. So you can almost get away with less accurate cast shadows, less accurate lighting projections and whatnot whenever you use soft lighting. So if you're new to the game, and you want to get really visually acceptable artworks out, but you still need more time to address your lighting gaps, then go for a simpler single light source and just make that light source a softer light, so that you can just you don't have to work so hard to fight the light. So all of these little tubings need occluding shadow or occlusion shadows as well. So I'm just using my brush, a round brush at the moment, to just kind of work all of those in. I want to try to not overdo the round brush, because if I go over the whole thing and I'm not careful, it does make the piece look painterly instead of photorealistic, which is not the outcome. A painterly outcome is not what I'm looking for at the moment. I want like a as convincing as possible lighting scenario. Okay, and also gotta make sure that the skin is darker, so the skin should be under shadow. And because of the overhang that we have on the eyepiece, it is pretty much this entire lower half of the face is going to be in shadow. So it's probably going to be about that dark. Okay, and again, I want to show that this little gray tubings are cylinders, so make sure I'm using a soft brush and adding in just a little bit of light. Same with all of the tubings here. So, man, like I said, this video is unscripted, unedited, and not really planned. I literally had a thought in my head as I came into the office today, and I was like, maybe I should do something different. Let's see what happens. If I don't like it, I just won't share the video. So I'm really doing this live, and let's see how this goes. Because what I noticed so far is, initially at the start of this video, I said like how this was going to be a photo bashing video. We're going to talk about photo bashing, but I think I've spent the first hour literally not doing any photo bashing. But I really wanted to show you like the necessary time needed to spend on the foundation, right, which is the base of your artwork, before any successful attempts at photo bashing. So I thought it was a good idea to also include this part of the tutorial, because you know how like some kind of cooking shows, like they kind of just pop the chicken in the oven and then it just comes out cooked, because they say like they did it already ahead of time, and you don't really get a chance to see like all the time went in to prepare the chicken, to cut it, to debone it, or whatever, you know. And I figured maybe that might be good in the sense of keeping up with the time allocation. But since I didn't really give myself a deadline or a constraint, I should say, about how long or how short this video should be, I'm just gonna walk you through like an unapologetic version of the whole process, and maybe you can let me know in the comments section once you watch this if this kind of purely classroom session driven videos are actually more useful to you. So I might leave some of these, especially the lower sections, raw, and just at its middle stages here. Maybe it'd be a nice little transition. And, so it's always a good idea to kind of like fade off your artwork. like this, so that it just looks a little bit more tasteful. It doesn't have that rough cut. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe just in between like that. Anyway, that's not important. So I think let's see what's left. I think we have a little bit of the cabling here. So for that one, since it's so far away, I'm just going to use my lasso and levels. And maybe just a little bit of dodge to kind of suggest some lighting. Let's do a quick zoom out to make sure like the values are working. I'm checking the thumbnail on my secondary monitor as well. I think the white's too white, right? So let's just go in without levels. Let's knock that down. I don't want my whites to be too white because that's going to make it difficult for me to actually suggest any lighting. And my white is, maybe I just want it a tad bit warmer. So we're going to add a bit of yellow in there. Just tint it. So now that I've kind of dropped the overall value, I can go back in and start to introduce some actual whites, right? Maybe here, a little bit on the edge there. And this should help sell the illusion of light better. So beauty about digital art is like it's never permanent, right? Like I go back and forfeit my values and my materials quite a bit up until the very end usually, and I'm still tweaking and balancing it because you could not even imagine doing this in traditional, right? If you get your values wrong on a traditional painting, you're basically stuck with that. So with digital, you have so much more wiggle room. So don't be afraid to pop a value in and see if it works and figure it out later, right? You don't have to get it right the first time. Okay, and this process is, again, it's not this process of adding ambient shadows, ambient light. It's not meant to be quick, and I think I am trying to do it fast because I do want to do other things after this, but it's important to note that again, like everyone works at a different pace, and it's just important to know. The most important thing is to know like where you're trying to go, and not so much how fast you're going. So what's most important in this case is I want to make sure the lighting. I mean, I want to make sure it looks three-dimensional. Like the entire painting stops looking like a painting, like a series of lines and shape, but actually starts to become like convincing 3D forms. Maybe they might look a little bit plain at the moment because we haven't put in any details yet, but it should still read like it's real. And I think that's the most important thing. So take your time and when necessary. All right, and use whatever methods to check. Like I am, I'm actually checking my second monitor because I have a much more zoomed out version of this canvas on my secondary monitor, and that just kind of helps me make sure that whatever I'm doing is making the artwork move forward. Okay, so a little bit of highlights on all these padded pieces. It's also good, to know where you're channeling your inspirations from. I mean, this design is, like I mentioned in the start of the tutorial, it's very cyberpunky. It's not necessarily a cyberpunk piece of artwork, but it has cyberpunk themes as well as the cyberpunk aesthetic. But I am, yeah, I do love Aaron Beck's work quite a lot. I do love the work from the team with the workshop. They tend to juggle their concept artists, so I don't know who is full time there anymore. But I do really enjoy their content. And also, a lot of Neil Blomkamp's aesthetics with District 9, with what was the other film that he did? The one with Matt Damon. Well, that one, yeah. And the aesthetics there, once again, also really lovely to look at. So it's good to know who your inspirations are, where you're getting your ideas from. I think inevitably we tend to subconsciously copy from the things that we like. So, and I think it's a natural process of being human anyway. So I would say just make sure you're copying from like the best sources. And there's two things that tends to happen naturally in human beings. One is that you tend to take from outside sources. Like it's kind of like there's really no way or work around that. If you're human, that's probably what you do. And the second thing that's bound to happen is it'll bound to change. You're bound to change it. So even though you're taking drawing inspiration from somewhere, the chances of you modifying or changing it to your own preference or limitations or whatever is going to happen. So the outcome won't be the same anyway. So with that being said, if those two are like the true constants that you're left with, then might as well just embrace it, right? And just like take from good sources. I love like I said, the artist earlier, I love Mike Hill as well. Mike Hill is one of my big inspirations when it comes to design. Sid Mead, obviously, and I think Sid Mead is a lot of people's main go-to for mechanical or futurism design. And then also you have all the Japanese legends, right? Otomo with Akira, Shiro Masamune with Ghost in the Shell. Again, I'm kind of gotten quite scared to say other artists' names on camera as I record because I'm probably not gonna spend the time to edit this. So if I say something wrong, I'm sorry and I apologize in advance if I mispronounce someone's names. I do that even in every day when I talk to people. I think it's just I don't store the data that well when it comes to people's names. But we have a pretty decent volume breakout so far, right? Going back to the painting. Let's just add a little bit of a gradient. Let's say soft light. Just a nice gradient going upward. Should have done this at the start, right? Just to make sure we had more decent local values to work, more gradual changes in local values, right? So it's just a gradient set to multiply and very, very light opacity, 10% going across the painting. And I think that should just give us a little bit more gentler ambient values. And our brain should start to detect like that nice change of light or nice change of values, I should say. So I want to make sure I don't go too far because if I go too far, it ends up looking like a comic book, like a cartoon. You know the feeling. It's kind of like in between realistic and stylized, and I don't want that to happen. So I want to make sure that my contrast levels are balanced out so I don't accidentally go too far, right? But if we take stock at what we've done so far, I think I can hide the sketch, or maybe I'll just show it in the mouth. But you can see, like, with no line art, so the sketch is totally removed. It's just the lassoed forms and whatnot that we had earlier. So what I'll do is I'll maybe just extend the canvas a little bit so we can take a look at all of these steps that led us to this point. Okay, so this is what we've just done. This is our so-called flat color stage. And this is our initial line art. Take a quick sip of my coffee. So the real reason why it went from white to whatever it is here is just because, this is the local color, which is white. Is white. But when you put it in the environment, it does get affected by shadow. It does get affected by occluding values as well, all the parts. So that's why it became much darker. And also the environment, right? So I'm adding a light bit of yellow tint because to suggest like a slightly warmer tone. So if it's a cooler environment, then you get a little bit more cooler tones. Still a lot of detail missing. There's obviously no lighting effects on the glowing parts yet here and here. But I would say like this is a crucial part when you do concepts or when you want to paint anything. It's just establishing this big chunky geometric forms, right? Because if you don't get these parts right, no amount of photo bashing, no amount of tips and tricks is going to help you take your artwork to the next stage. All right, so you want to establish those things now. So a good place to start is here. I will recommend Scott Robertson's YouTube channel. He has a series of books as well under his publishing company, Design Studio Press. So his books on how to draw and how to paint, how to render, if I'm not wrong. Either one, how to paint or how to render. They're really, really good. They're still one of like the best publications out there for just good old-fashioned digital rendering for modern surfaces. So like polymers, glass materials, hard surfaces, you name it. Okay. So going to move on to the next stage. I realize I haven't saved this artwork yet, so I'm going to do that now. We'll just call this CP Medic Helmet. Okay, so what I'm going to introduce now is we're actually finally going to go into photo bashing. And there are several ways of photo bashing. One way is obviously just literally like the name states you. All right, hold on. Let me just grab a reference first. Like I said, this is unscripted. So let's go. So I say one way it's like where you grab you look through your library or you look through online and you find a shape language or like 3D model, let's say in this case, that's very similar to yours. Do we have one more? Maybe I'll go into my Cyberpunk folder. Yeah, this is the issue with photo bashing. If you don't know where your pictures are, you're kind of stuck. Just spending a majority of your time looking for a photo. That's never good. Anywho, so let's say you do something like this, and then what you might do is you might grab the section that you feel is the closest in terms of shape, and then you put it on top, right? And bam, you're done. So I would say like this is where it starts to get like problematic when it comes to photo bashing, because now what happens is like a large portion of your design is essentially from this person, Soulflame Idrasi's model, right? So you didn't come up with this segment, this artist did, and that's why it's going to be a problem if you just leave it at this point. There are several ways to do it better. I'll show you them in like progressively better ways. So first one, at least minimum you could do is like you could maybe manipulate or at least apply a clipping mask like what I just did, and just popping that shape in. So now it's like it's your silhouette, but is this Soulflame, man, what is his name? I don't want to say it wrong and repeat it over and over. I'll call this artist Idrasi, right? So, and it's still Idrasi's design, and so easy need, and on top of that, the lighting doesn't line up, right? So if you just leave it hanging like this, it's like a big clash between the lighting, because the lighting here looks like it's coming from screen right, and then yours is coming from the top down. So, but first off, let's address the shape first. Even the shape is not exactly right, so we'll use maybe a bit of warp transform to make sure the shape lines up, and see if that helps. And then maybe what we'll do to fix the lighting is we use image adjustment, shadow and highlights, and we'll see if we can start removing values, right? Basically, we're trying to flatten out the image, flatten out the source image. Okay, that seems to be working well. So now the shadow and highlight values are meeting down the middle. And we'll tend to do something like this where we'll lower the opacity, and we'll keep things that we want, and we'll throw away things that we don't want, and something like that. And maybe I definitely don't want this, so that shouldn't be there. And we'll use a soft eraser. So if you do it like this and then you fix the light, it starts to become acceptable, I guess I would say. And it really depends. Like for me, you want to make sure that like once you've popped the piece in, it doesn't become immediately recognizable, right? Because either way, you don't want it to be immediately recognizable, because if it's immediately recognizable, then it means that it's corrupting your original design to the point where people can't even see original design anymore. They just see Idrasi's one, and that's never a good thing. Which is why I started off with having a good base for the lighting and form, because then I'm very clear where my lighting is, and I'm very clear what values I want and what materials I want to present. So even if I start to add photo bash elements, it doesn't take away from the overall piece, right? It just adds more visual interest. It adds things like this very subtle panel lines, right? You can see like that's from Idrasi's original 3D model, 3D sculpt. It has some additional panel lines, and it's also giving me some what we call like nice little accidents where you see this little piece of like an extra attachment of the metal, which I think came from this part, but after we distorted it, it kind of looks like that. And those little nuggets of interest, like things, when you zoom out, you start to say, okay, it's starting to make the interesting more, makes us make the surface more interesting, right? But it's still my overall design, right? And that's, I think, one of the most important things to make sure is remained. Okay, so I'm going to desaturate it because I don't want it to have any sort of well, maybe a little bit, some color. Um, so that's one way of doing it. I call this a, just using the photo bashing to just kind of help build up the surface complexity, and you can do it any number of ways. But I would say that this is quite a high risk method because the temptation of wanting to change your design after you pop in a texture is really high. For example, you're grabbing, let's say, like this is a really nice part that he modeled, and you're just gonna pop this there, and you just kind of leave it there, and then you end up falling in love with this shape. It might work really nicely in the context of your design, but it does kind of start to go into a moral zone of like, wait a second, you didn't came up with that, right? So I wouldn't. I mean, obviously, no one can stop you, and I don't believe it's that much of a legal issue unless, of course, Hidrasi decides to take legal action, which he might. But what I can say is that from a creative perspective, I would just say use it to start to build up surfaces, and I use the keyword of building up as opposed to recreating surfaces, right? We only want the textures to just give that extra added oomph to the surface, but not take away whatever we've tried or started to design, right? So with and without, it does add a little bit more flair because it has maybe a little bit more unevenness from the model and micro changes in the surface and whatnot. So we're gonna just do a little bit of that. I'm gonna grab this as well for the front bit. So there's definitely a lot of hot conversations in my comment section, and thank you to those who actually help answer them for me. Usually, when someone asks about the correct ways of doing photo bashing, so I hope like this video kind of helps explain it to some degree. But I think the people in the comment section has already done a really good job, kind of going into detail on what's the right way and what's wrong way. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't say right or wrong way, but just the better ways of doing this. So for me, like this whole phase of using like a texture base is no different to, how like there are times where when you make a painting, like a traditional painting, and what someone might do is like they might use like either pieces of printed magazines or other photography and start to patch it on top of their canvas to give the canvas just some kind of noise and some kind of visual bite before they actually start painting over the whole thing. And eventually all of the initial photos and paper cutouts or whatever that the artist used to set up that base, eventually all of it would disappear and it will just be underneath the painting. But you can still feel it though. You can still feel the sort of all the textures that the artist used. So it's what I'm doing now in particular is very similar to that. I just want to have a little bit of bite across the entire surface of my concept so far. So theoretically, you don't have to do this with pictures. I'm just showing you with the renders here, the 3D renders of that person, Idrasi's work. you can obviously just use paint brushes, noise patterns and textures. But what I found, like, whenever I do this, because my painting is essentially a 2D painting. Whenever I photo bash in 3D images or 3D artworks or portions of them, it kind of helps make the artwork feel more 3D. I guess because there's just something about 3D lighting, maybe the precision of it that I really like, or that feeling I really like. So it kind of helps give my work that extra oomph. Okay, so that's one way of doing it. And here I'm going to show you like another way. So let's say I want to start to flesh out this little section here. All right. So I kind of like whatever this surface is. It's like this artist, Filippo, he did this awesome 3D model and has this very cool patterns. And let's say you want to put that in there. I'm going to use the layer lock and put it in here. And oops. And the layer lock helps because it allows me to lock that texture into place. And maybe we'll just have a little bit of those patterns across. And what I'm trying to be very careful is like, what I actually want from this texture is just that nice little suggestion of pattern. Because I think it really does help the artwork, and also like that little label that kind of sticks out, but I actually don't want the color there. So, and I don't think the color should be there because it wasn't there in our original thumbnail sketch anyway. What we blocked out was actually a gray material. So I'm going to match the materials to my original one. And I'm also just going to add a surface blur to tone down the noise. And I think this is quite a viable way to add surface, at least to give yourself a new surface to work with. Normally what I'll do from this point is I would go in with a brush myself and start to reshape some of these patterns, because right now they don't correctly conform to my shape, because they conform to this shape, which is the original's artist's work. But it gives me a really good foundation to figure out how I want the forms to read. And so what I can do is, like, from here on, actually paint in a pattern that I think will be cool. And this works only because we already established the shape ourselves. We knew that we wanted some kind of pattern here. Or I knew that I wanted some kind of pattern here. And this pattern could have been anything, but we chose this one because it had the most visual interest. And right now we're just working to make sure that it correctly gels with the form language of our original design. So we have to even throw away some of the things that aren't working. So I would say this is a kind of a successful merger of what Filippo was already doing. It's a very cool concept of using this kind of clear plastic surface and whatnot. And but we've kind of taken that original idea and just stated it and came up with a new surface on our own. And I think this is a very viable way of using photo bashing, of using, essentially other people's work. But if I put this side by side, I think it's important that there's no way there's no way to see to say that these two are the same. It really is not. Fundamentally is not. It came from that source, but I'm just using it as a stepping stone to create what I actually want, right? So that's the real key difference of using a texture. So you want to make sure that you're using it really like a texture. So you're treating it like one, right? Like you're not relying on it. You're just using it as a jumping off point because there is something that you actually want to create. And the idea is just that you maybe the what you had in mind is still a little bit fuzzy, but you're using that texture to kind of give you a nice jump start and say like, okay, yeah, now that I have that texture in place, I can see really clearly that this is where this is what like here what I need to do to kind of complete this form, right? Okay, so we're kind of like merging that little shape in. Okay, and I'm now going to just bash over my own work. So we've completed this form. I like the surface there, and I'm just going to repeat this over to the inside. But I just need to make sure the values line up and the colors line up. So I'm going to use hue, colorize, make sure it's the same kind of green. All right. So we kind of have that fleshed out. So that's basically like the first way, right? Well, mainly to add kind of flavor and surface feeling and taste to your painting, but everything is still derived from your original art. For me, I think the other way of doing photo bashing and is kind of like coming up with a sheet like this. So all of these little pieces here, these are all cut out from photographs, 3D models. These are bits and pieces that, even though they're from another design, the size of them are they're a design is built off the whole sum of its parts, not the individual ingredients themselves. And so these are like me picking out like little forms and little shapes that I thought were very visually appealing, and they might have some visual, it might add some value to my artwork, right? So for example, I saved this little bit here because I really like the detail in the lens, not necessarily the color, but I just like the detail in the lens, and I can use this to add detail here. So this is almost like a one-to-one use of the texture. So the texture itself is a camera lens, and I'm using that photo as a camera lens, right? So there's one-to-one. That's one way of going about it. Another way of going about it is, let's say we find something like okay, so let's say for this one here, this is actually a cutout from Vitaly Bugarov's 3D Kit Bash set. I think it's Ultra Borg muscle set. And this is like, I think, a piece of like a cybernetic muscle. You can kind of roughly see that same approach being done here, right? That same diamond pattern done in the muscles in Filippo's work. But what I'm looking at here is, I think that this little connecting point here might actually be a really good housing for my camera lens, right? So it has no camera-ness about this part. This is purely like a cybernetic muscle, right? But I think that this shape here has a nice shape for a futuristic camera housing. So I'm going to grab that, and I'm going to use this as a supplementary form. Maybe we'll flip it, see how that looks, to help add secondary forms to my camera housing. And then we'll just put the actual camera lens inside of it. So now you have two photos working together to help support this design aesthetic that I initially went for, right? Which is like a kind of a multi-camera system. Obviously, the materials are all over the place, but just looking at the perspective and looking at the design, it works out really well, right? So what we'll do now is we'll just can use the shadow and highlights to remove unwanted highlights, remove unwanted shadows. Sometimes this works better, sometimes it doesn't. So you kind of have to pick and choose your battles. Because I definitely don't want such a high reflectivity, so I'll just paint out the highlights manually. And maybe we don't need such a deep cut here. I also want the lens to be a different color. So I'm going to select that, duplicate it, and we also want it just to make it a little bit more rounded. So to me, this is where photo bashing has the most value, is kind of like helping you build these kind of micro forms, because it does allow you to be more creative, because you can start to even think about like, okay, like what if I want three of this, for example, right? And you start to view design slightly in a different way, because you're actively like you're starting to see things as small construction elements, right? Like how parts fit together, and less about how to draw and how to paint, if that makes any sense. Because for me, like I want to just be able to design freely, and I understand that I have limitations in my skills. I'm still learning how to paint. I'm still learning how to draw, but I do want to express my design ideas. So for me, using a photo like this to help build out that shape really opens me up to be able to create more, still be true to the design ideas I want, and spend less time figuring out how to paint it, right? So I can spend all that energy to instead to what do I want to create? What do I want to design? So basically, this is how I like to work, right? I would essentially just repeat this process over the entire design, making sure that all the overlapping forms are correct in the sense that every part that I photobash in, because essentially they're flat, right? I want to make sure they have the correct thickness. And the other thing that I do realize that this is where it starts to break your design, because right now the piece is just stuck there, and it looks for the bash because it is for the bash. The reason behind that is because there's no form transition between the two, because now that we have a cut in, which is essentially a flat shape, I need to make sure that the surface of this housing, which was initially rounded, has a cutaway as well, right? So there should be a shadow here, and there should be a highlight here. And if I don't do this, then it's going to look like it's a very disjointed piece of equipment. Same thing with that kind of extension that we added at the bottom. Now I can actually, what was initially just a random leftover from Idrasi's work, we can actually now incorporate much better into our design, because we can actually have the values here merge to form like a little extra detail there. So, and we will actually work on top of this and finish up this surface here. maybe what I'll do is I'll turn this. So this was originally a result of someone else's surface. I believe it's this thing here, but we've fully worked over it. It's become a new form of ours now. And on top of that, I'm going to change the material to something a bit more reflective. Does that look? Maybe not so reflective. Darker metal. Okay, let's just run with that first. Just soften this edge a little bit so that it doesn't look too sharp. That's I'm just using the smudge tool. And let's just make sure that the forms here actually do overlap, right? So I just want to make sure that the form is actually changing according to all these new surface details that we're adding, right? And that the lines here actually affect the 3D structure of this helmet. So it doesn't just become too superficial, right? It actually does affect. That also just make the design much more convincing and make the surface of this much more interesting. Okay, and let's continue that, right? Let's see what other little visual add-ons can we add to this, and maybe we could use this to help. I don't think we need to actually, but since it's already there, but I think it does just maybe because the little scratches from the 3D model does kind of just give this part a little bit more visual flair. And I think it does. So, because I think that might be cool if the fact that it's a separate material, right? It's two different materials here. Let's just adjust the lighting so that it's a little bit more consistent. And maybe just tone that down a little bit. And I would love to kind of have maybe block out this section with a piece of photo bash element. Let's choose a nice form. See if this works. So in this case, shape lines up, but I just think it's too busy, right? It's just too noisy. It's not what we wanted for a design. So it's important to know that if, again, this is really just to add little bits of visual detail. You don't want it to oversaturate your artwork, oversaturate meaning like just make it so busy beyond recognition that it kind of loses its identity. So I think that's one of like the pitfall of photo bashing if you're not careful. It overruns your artwork, and that's where I think it would become a problem, right? If you don't have that clarity or discipline to know what works and what doesn't. So that's generally why this method is often not so much endorsed by people, because it does require a certain foundation of knowledge and skill before even using it, because it can really mess up with your process if you allow it to. So in this case, after cutting out that part, and if I take a side by side look, there's no way to recognize, or almost no way. It's very far different from one another. This is our original source, and this is now like the modified section. But it's doing an excellent job at adding in all of those fine details onto my design. And to me, that's a successful usage of that said piece, right? And now what I need to do is, well, first of all, I need to adjust its form because I think it was quite flat initially, and make sure that it has the correct three-dimensional shape according to the perspective. So this is what I mean. Because if you leave out this stage, the piece is not going to gel and it's going to look very fragmented from the rest of your design. So this stage of tying everything together is crucial. You know what? I'm gonna get rid of this. Just don't like the way this little guy here looks. Sometimes less is more, and in this case, I want to start with less first before I decide. Same thing here. I don't think there's a real substitute besides actually just painting this form out. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to make sure that the depth of all of these parts. So I think that's the real linchpin here, right? Of like getting all these parts to sit right. It's the depth, because you honestly don't really need any photos if your depth and all the parts and pieces are correct, because it will look realistic regardless, right? So the photos here do help spice up some of the details, but if I don't work on getting all these pieces to fit in correctly depth-wise, it'll still look incredibly fake, incredibly forced. That's probably one of the another double-edged sword of this method, is that because the photo elements that I put in are so realistic and so correct in terms of value and material and fidelity, that if I don't work hard to make the other parts look the same quality and fidelity, it's going to be very obvious which parts were actually hand painted and which parts were actually photo bashed. Okay, let's add those screws back in. I remember I have a nice set of screws here. Make sure the perspective is correct, so it's slightly skewed to one side. There's a nice little trick to make your screws look more convincing. Select them and then modify, expand. In this case, maybe just 3 pixels should do. Yeah. And then you just make the bottoms a little bit brighter. So this will just kind of suggest that they are recessed into the material. When you zoom out, it just makes that whole screw look so much more realistically embedded into the surface. So let's grab this part again, and once I photo bash something, I tend to repeat that source just because it does imply a few things. One is usually in a mechanical design, there tends to be a consistency in manufacturing practices. So if they apply some kind of, because manufacturing practices equals shape language. So if they will apply one manufacturing practice, it will kind of result in the part looking a certain way. And if you say that the manufacturing process repeated, or if you're repeating a form language, it would also imply that the manufacturing process is being repeated. And generally, for something mass produced like this, which is what we're suggesting at the moment, this is not a custom made helmet, this is a mass produced helmet. There should be some mass production techniques being applied. And so for me, it's a good idea that I repeat the same feeling with respect to how these forms are built. So I'm using that to start and establish that little split between that jaw piece there. And I do love this, again, back to that whole repeated shape language, right? So I think these little clamps are a wonderful element to repeat because they add so much to the surface. They add that necessary juicy details that do make this kind of sci-fi designs interesting and appealing. And it makes a lot of sense at the same time. For that reason I mentioned earlier, like consistency in manufacturing. So once again, just make sure that like once you add a part like that, that the actual geometry of the parts underneath, the surface of the parts underneath are correctly reshaped. Because when you put a screw connecting two shapes, the screw is not just a hole on the surface. It tends to be a whole housing, and the form of the shape tends to actually change to accommodate the fitting of the screw or the clip in this case. So rather than just leaving that part there, I need to adjust the whole form language to make sure that everything lines up. What we'll do as well now is actually repeat the form language here on this lens housing down to the bottom. Again, that does two things. It helps makes the design more consistent because we're using the same form language changes across the board. And of course, it adds visual interest, right? Because you see now, like it's the surface of this jaw is starting to become more visually appealing because of how much form changes are happening. I'll just paint this black for now. I do think I want this part to be a darker material, maybe a darker gray. Just want a visual break between the two, and just to help this parts recess in a bit more, because they do look like they are kind of floating on the head, which is not the look that I want. Here we go. So this form here in the plastic starting to go out of shape. You wouldn't have a sharp point like that. Stuff tends to be manufactured in a much more clearance. So especially something very industrial and strong like this. I'm not even sure whether this would happen. I have a feeling it might just be cut off like that. So I'm just gonna do it this way. Wouldn't make sense to have such a thin clearance, because that just makes the the shape look weak and probably not something you find in a robust um, emergency helmet like this. So we'll just drop that. And we'll have to figure out how do you want to solve that inner parts eventually. So the helmet's kind of like coming along, right? Um, I'm looking back at this, and I think the best solution for this is actually to have this entire plastic part tuck in. Let's see how that looks. There we go. So I'm just trying to establish that this piece of white housing is kind of tucked in. And these two are just right by the side of each other, something like that. Now let's go back to maybe like the big shape here. In the end, I think like this, what will be important is just to clean up this form, or at least this surface, because I think with all that initial photo bashing, it did give us a nice texture, but I don't want it to mess with the overall form too much. And we'll repaint that symbol, so it's fine if it gets removed at this point. And I do think this is not only has chromatic aberration, which it shouldn't, it's also at a wrong angle, and it's fine. We'll keep that, but just make sure it's tilted to the right angle and make sure the design is repeated onto the other side. So I'm gonna take a short break, and I will, well, at least on my side, I'll pause the video and jump into my daily work for a second. But in your case, this video, it'll probably just continue, so you won't even notice anything that happens. Right, so just gonna touch this up a little bit. Okay, so I'm back. Let's see where we're at. Okay. I think what I want to do now is just take stock of the whole artwork, right? Like we've kind of reached a point where it's a little bit like Frankenstein at the moment. Some parts are fleshed out, some parts are not. And I think it's a good idea now to not get too caught up with maybe the specifics of certain areas, and so essentially what I'm trying to do is get the entire artwork to a point where you could almost say it's like 60% completion, right? So we've already done quite a lot from the initial paint over phase. So now what I want to do is just give every single inch of this canvas some pass of either photo bashing or texture adding, just to make sure that it has a uniform progression of completion, right? So I'm gonna just hopefully move a little bit quicker and not get too caught up with the details just yet, or not get too caught up with integrations just yet. And what we're trying to do now is just give love to the entire piece. Okay, so to do that, just make sure that everything that I said just now was still being applied, right? So if we're applying a shape here, which I think is nice, just have to make sure that the housing of these form or the surface is also adjusted correctly, and that all of these pieces have the necessary thickness to make them convincing. Okay. So just gonna make sure like the shine levels of this little part here is correct. Get a little bit of that specularity going on, the context, the rest of the scene. So I would say when it comes to like day-to-day production, like let's say we're trying to use this scenario as a actual job one, right? Like let's see, how do we take this knowledge that I'm sharing you today to apply to day-to-day working experience? So um I'm actually photo bashing and integrating the parts in. So maybe if I was doing this for a job, I might just put less effort in integration, because for if I were to submit something, I would tend to submit it in stages anyway. I would submit the line art and a simple flat color just to make sure that everyone is aware where this concept is going, or where this design is going. And probably the design itself will be selected from that rough a series of rough sketches anyway, or a series of rough photo bashes, right? So what I'm showing you now is kind of like more the, let's say your design is in fact selected, and you're kind of moving up the stages where you're starting to polish the design up and complete it. So a lot of the process when it comes to finishing anything is tends to be slow, because really there's no real way of working around finishing. It's one of the reasons why people rather invest time in 3D modeling instead for finishing, just because you get so much more fidelity if you spend, arguably the same amount of time on a 3D model. You probably get a lot more outcome of it than spending the same amount of time in a 2D painting, just because the benefits of 3D models allowing you more freedom of changing and iterating once the model is done. And whereas once you complete something in 2D, it's basically it. Like it's that same angle, it's that same surface, and you don't really have much room to change it at that point. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that like the methods I'm showing you here is essentially what I'll do is, if in fact I want to complete the design with photos for whatever reason, and I want it to have a certain level of fidelity, but I don't want to go around and spend an entire week painting one head, right? So far this tutorial is kind of going about 2 hours now. I believe it should be wrapped within the 4-hour mark. I'll try and see if I can do it by hour number 3, which is still not bad time, considering what we'll get by the end of this is a rather polished piece of concept art. So if you think about it from a working calculation, if you spend about 8 hours a day at the office, So you technically can produce at least two of this, right? Um, and still have a lot of time in between. So just note that this is just one way of doing it, and I just wanted to share with you guys the methods that I use if I were to create something like this. So what you saw me working on just now was just a little, I'm just cleaning up the colors here. And I decided to, instead of painting that cylindrical shape, I use a photo. This is actually, I think, a tubing of one of Idrasi's work. And I really like these small micro value changes in them. And I can use this to basically flesh out all the piping areas or piping sections of my concept. And even though it's subtle, and even though like I'm gonna change the color later and whatnot, I really like those small value changes. I think it adds a lot more of that micro fidelity that is in these kind of like hyper real sci-fi concepts. One thing I'm catching now is I actually like the fact that it cuts in like that. So I'm going to see whether it looks good once it's flipped. I have a feeling it will. It's a nice little bonus. I actually intended to cut that part out properly to fit, but kind of like how that looks, right? Might even leave that gold. We did say we want to add some gold and copper in there. So let's do that actually. Let's continue. Let's see what happens if we replace this line here with also this copper material. Because that kind of material and color jump tends to usually make stuff look appealing. And because it's such a small area of the artwork, I'm not too worried that it might break the aesthetics. So in this case, the angle is off. So a few things I can do. I could select and use the warp transform. I think in this case that should basically solve it. Sometimes you might have to use the puppet warp for that. And to extend this, we're just gonna cut and duplicate it downwards. And maybe what we'll do is we'll just grab this and flip it to the other side. Right. Just clean that. So I think I would just have the wire kind of cut up here, and it actually tucks in to the full cloth version of this green cloth tubing here. So we'll just add a little bit highlight there. And let's properly finish this up with, again, a piece of cloth. I'm just going to lay down a flat value first. I think at some point I do want to replace that with some kind of fabric. Maybe one of my, what do you call this, kind of like a tactical vest. Let's see if we can find like a little piece of, yeah, maybe something like this, like a little piece of fabric here to kind of help bridge that gap. So maybe what would be cool is that if this cuts across the whole surface, right? So like a nice little soft wrap here. Does a few things. That it breaks up the shape. I'm going to add a surface blur just to soften it a little bit. I do want some noise from the fabric, but not too much. So that surface blur is just going to help it gel together a bit better. And I'm just going to make sure that the shadows are correct, so it's casting nice little soft shadows over all the surfaces underneath. And make sure it's just sitting over and just a little bit of a highlight hit. That was too much just now. Just want a light amount just to show that it's wrapping across. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Maybe you should be able to see it from this side, so maybe I'll just stamp it first. Let's try that. That's looking pretty cool. I mean, I like that little extra details added in. It does really give jazz up the piece, jazz up the surface a bit more. And let's see what else we can add. What about if this was inside the collar, like some kind of like a metal support frame? You know, like an inner rigid shell for the collar. Obviously the lighting is wrong, but I think I'm just looking at design at the moment. I think that's pretty cool. We can also just use the smudge tool to kind of just stretch this shape out. I do love the smudge tool because of that. It's a nice way to quickly pull a form out and get it to wrap around the shape of your original design. Okay, and then let's just desaturate it, darken it, because we don't want it to be that bright. You can have little hot spots maybe because that area hits the light particularly, right? Okay, so let's handle some bigger sections now. I want to fix up this section here. So it should be all like soft fabric. So I'm going to check our reference library and let me go through and see if I can find like nice little cloth wrinkles that I could use. So these are more like generic textures, right? It doesn't really matter. In this case, I'm using like an astronaut renders, but it doesn't have to be. Generally, you just want it to be a piece of fabric that is matching in camera angle. I think that will be the most important thing. So let's see if this one works. Sometimes you can find the perfect texture, but that's quite rare. So most of the time it's just do a rough cut, plonk it on, see if it lines up. And in this case, not too bad. Not too bad at all, actually. I love that little wrinkle, so we just want to tuck in this texture so that it wraps around our original silhouette nicely. We'll layer clip it, sorry, so that it tucks in nicely. And I think the original color was supposed to be green, so let's just colorize this and desaturate this so you can see how that part is attaching in very, very nicely. And let's just adjust the shadows here. Oops. Just a tiny bit, making sure it looks good. So speaking of which, now that I'm looking at this particular astronaut surface, I do think this is actually the correct texture. It has those micro wrinkles, which I really like, and I think that's actually a better solution for this part here. So I'm going to replace that. So initially we actually used that piece of tactical vest to do it, but I think this is actually closer. It looks better as well because it has those micro wrinkles. So I'm Gonna leave that on there, generally untouched first. And for the other side, let's get creative a little bit and see if this works. Let's go with that for now. Let's not overdo it at this stage because we still have a ton of work to go through. So again, let me scrub through because one thing nice about this astronaut series of astronaut images, and these are actually 3D models that you can purchase, and I got this from just a gallery of one of those online stores. And one thing I love about them is that they have all these tubings which I can grab, and they are modeled and rendered in exceptional quality, so it has a very consistent lighting as well, which is really great for what I need for my concepts. So what I'm going to look for is just an image here where there is that said tubing in a good view and easy to cut out angle. I think that early ones which I showed were probably the best. Let's try this first. So basically I want this I want to work with this texture or this form, this kind of cloth bounded tube, and I want it to start replacing the cloth bounded tubes at the piping on the side here. And in this case I might have to, let's maybe just grab a portion of it instead of the whole thing. And let's see if we can work with this. So we'll stick with some basic tools first. Just use the warp tool and just start to shape this piece. There is a degree that I can stretch it, and the texture would accommodate, but I can only go so far. So just remember when you're doing this that you might need to grab a new section of the source. It just makes this surface more believable, more consistent. It doesn't look so fake when you do that as well. So what we'll do is we'll just kind of grab it, stretch it. Obviously I want to make sure even when I grab a texture like this, the lighting, if I can preserve the lighting, that's the best, because that means it's just going to gel with my overall concept, and it just makes it much easier. So don't have to do so much cleanup after this. And for the second piece, I just duplicated it, but I'm going to just transform it a little bit so that at least it doesn't look too obviously repeated. And let's just give a little bit more space between these two so they don't look so crammed or overlapped. So actually, I need to be careful here because the lighting is actually backwards, right? That's actually the opposite direction. So just from this one section, we can actually start to we can start to build a pretty convincing tree pipe tubing thing in my concept here. So we haven't addressed the color yet, but that's not such a big deal because you saw me do it for the green cloth around the back of his neck, or the base of his neck. So we can easily tint these tubes as well. What I want to do now at this stage is just work on the construction of this, right? Because we actually are building the tubes from the parts here, right? So I just need to make sure that it's flowing nicely, and wherever I can, make sure that the lighting makes sense on these parts, and that I'm building the correct density. And even when I'm repeating, because the design does repeat, it doesn't look too fake. So all the parts are, I think they're bridged together quite well. You still have some loose ends here. So before I even start to change the color, let's fix the lighting first, right? So let's make sure that there's correct ambient shadow in between these tubes. So I wanna keep as much of the lighting from the original 3D as possible, 3D render as possible, because they're already really gorgeous. But I just wanted to tie it together better with my scenario, because now these tubes are quite close together and they're quite packed together, so there should be some ambient shadow in between them. So I need to make sure that I don't go too dark, because that if I start to mess around with it too much, it is going to make the lighting look fake again. Okay, let's just remove that, and then make sure that the ambient shadow for this tube on top of there makes sense. So now we can, what color is this? Oh, it's dark gray, so we just would darken it. And I'll use the bottom slider, the output level slider, because it's actually uniformly darkening, and I also want to reduce the contrast of it so that it matches the values of my original block out, which is actually a much softer tone. And let's just fill up the back end with some darker tones here, like the shadow. That should look pretty good. This is just a little soft ambient drop shadows. And maybe we'll just hit this with a little bit of light coming from the top down here. So the top of that will get some light, maybe a little bit here bleeding from the chest there. Alright, so that's a pretty successful merger of textures. We kind of grafted that texture across. Let's go back to our kit bash, or for the bash section, and maybe let's spice it up with some little gold motifs. And this was not present in the sketch, but I think it might add to it, so we'll just add a little bit of gold trims here. It kind of just breaks up the form language of it a bit, gives it a bit more surface variety, because it is looking a little bit dull if you ask me. Of course, you want one thing nice about these little rings as well, if you notice, they help give curvature to the tubes, because you can't really see the tubes unless you see like a ring, right? Because if, for example, if I just push the curvature of this a bit more, you can actually start to read the angle of this pipe a little bit better, and that's just helpful to define the angle and rotation of this pipe. So I think that's good. Just a little bit to break up the shapes, right? Okay, let's add a little bit of a cut in here using this photo bash element. I like a good mix of painted surfaces and purely raw photo bash surfaces. I find that when I do that, it makes it harder to spot the two, and it kind of starts to sell that illusion of this being a real physical object, which is really what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to blur the lines between the painting and reality, so I'm using these textures to kind of help cheat the eye essentially. So I'm gonna add this large attachment here. I'm gonna keep quite a lot of it because I want it to stick on top of the surface. And what I feel it does is it helps kind of clean up that edge and make this look more like, you know, hard, soft here as well, right? So that constant jump between materials helps just give this piece a little bit more life. Okay, so one thing I'm starting to feel is like maybe the white plastic just feels a little bit lackluster, right? It's kind of hard to define. Like to me, white plastic should feel like that. Like you can kind of feel the smoothness, the wetness of it. So let me see what I can do. Maybe it could be an issue of missing reflections, right? Missing certain HDR reflections, high dynamic range reflections. So let's see if that helps. Let's see if I start to introduce more uneven scratches and whatnot. Let's see if that helps as well. So we're going to bring some textures in. This texture I particularly like as well. It's actually more like I think it's a NASA ring, like a swivel ring. I have no idea what you call it, but just has a lot of nice visual information on it. So I want to use this. Let's try and use this and see if it helps to add micro reflections on the surface of the helmet. And the way I'm going to do it is we're just going to loosely shape this balloon, I think it, to approximately or as close as we can to the shape of our helmet. Because remember, our helmet was supposed to be this soft, stretched out oblong. And I'll focus on just the big upper part first. We'll address the other parts in a bit. And I'm also going to actually use liquify so that I just get really up to that edge there the best I can. The more accurate I can do it, the better. Especially here, right? Because it's actually a big shape change. And for this to look real, I just want to make sure that all of these forms are reacting correctly. And let's set this to screen. And it looks a bit dodgy now, but how about let's go normal first then. So I think it's a few things, right? It's like the highlights being around the rim. Maybe we shouldn't be seeing it here, but we should see it especially around the outer rims. I think that's helping a lot. So I'm just gonna lower the opacity until we just see just a little bit of its effects across the whole thing and make sure we layer lock it so the silhouette's correct. And I'm also going to clean this up. Oops, wrong layer. Let's see before and after. I think that knocking down to me like just makes it look more photoreal, right? Because I mean we are actually mapping a photo over the whole thing, the softer value. So I'm gonna keep that. I'm not gonna merge it yet because sometimes I might want to play around with the percentage, but let me just quickly work on the other side for same thing, right? So this shape here is a little bit simpler, so it should be quite easy for us to pull off. And same thing, I'm gonna desaturate it just a tiny bit, and we'll adjust the values up to the point where it looks like a shiny white surface, and then we'll just drop the opacity, because we do have some values to work with already, so I don't want to overload it or overdo it. And after that soft erasing, just want to make sure that there's a clean area of influence of this texture. We'll do that by just cutting away all the unnecessary bits. So it kind of looks like there's like a nice glaze or clear coat over the entire white plastic, which I think makes the surface so much more convincing. I'm liking the way that's looking. So let's do this for everything. Every white part. So you can do this for Chrome as well, actually, if you're trying to create a highly reflective Chrome armor. It's much more challenging to do it with Chrome because the room for error is much smaller, but it does work. I've seen it achieved before. So the chin guard here is a much more irregular shape, so I have to use Liquify to just make sure the texture of it, the shine of it lines up. So all of this is in the pursuit of photorealism, right? I want to make this helmet look like, well, at least eventually it looks like almost like a piece of movie or cinematic prop. And if you're working in the AAA industry, and if you want to produce like cinematic designs, you do want your designs to kind of have that feeling, have that look. So to me, what I found is just there's no real way to achieve, well, the easiest way I should say to achieve photorealism is to use photos. And so even though we had quite a good foundation for the lighting and material initially, this additional surfacing done using this picture of a balloon essentially really helps to kind of just give this piece so much more life. So let me just switch it on and off and take a quick recap of what it's doing. So it's actually lightening the surface, but I don't think it's a bad thing. Maybe here is a little bit too soft, too bright, sorry. Here as well. But all in all, I'm liking how it's actually making the surface look so much more real. And it's a feeling thing, right? It's a feeling thing, and it's also like an aesthetic. It's like a choice. I definitely think this is more photoreal. It may or may not make the artwork look better. That kind of really depends on the look that you're going for, but for my case I think it does. So we're gonna do that same for the chest armor as well, although the chest armor is by far, the chest and shoulder base of the shoulder armors are by far the simplest one, so nothing too fancy. I think we could get away with just warp transform. What I really want is that little glowy Fresnel bits around the edges to kind of peek in, and that little nice little reflection bit there pop in the middle. So this little reflection should appear at that particular spot. And same here. So I always compress the big shapes first and then only start to massage in all these little parts. And same thing, what I really want is that the Fresnel edges to line up as best as I can, and also this particular highlight to make sure it lands on the right spot. Okay, and let's clean the shape up. So everything that shouldn't be that white plastic material should be erased. Oops. I think I made a mistake here, but we should be able to just erase that out. No big deal. Okay, so let's just double check this part. Oops, a little bit left over there. So always good idea to just keep it non-destructive first. And I think I would say it's just maybe the saturation feels a little bit off. And there we go. Because of how the white is reacting now, I can almost feel like we can make the that neck area just a little bit brighter. Okay, this guy's looking good. Let's clean up these edges. So this is important because, you know, we've started to suggest breaks in shape using the texture. So we have to make sure that the silhouette also reflects that. So that's why I'm cutting into it and actually showcasing those little nubs. But you might see that because we actually didn't paint this completely, I need to also just maybe grab this. It's an easy way of solving this. We'll just grab this whole section and we'll just pull it forward, right? So that you get a nice clean overlap. It's a little bit of stretching here, gaps here from pulling, and we just paint that out. So now if I just give that a little bit of highlight, that edge is all nice. This edge as well, we should start to clean this up. So the edge quality is really important, because this little changes in silhouette really helps to sell micro details as well. That small little bumps there actually help a lot to make your design feel more convincing. So make sure you go in over your entire work and make those necessary silhouette adjustments. Okay, so let's maybe start to address this little bit here. So I think let's go back to my kit bash set. Maybe we'll use a slightly different form language for that particular housing. I do want this part to read slightly differently. See if that works. So we just pop this part in, make sure perspective all aligns, and just see how that looks. Oh, sorry, this is actually supposed to be a camera lens, my mistake. So I should be grabbing from here instead. Okay, so let's flip this. There we go. Maybe we'll extend it out so that it just looks more integrated into design. And we kind of have to reverse the lighting now, so it's going to be a little brighter at the bottom and darker here at the top. And let's add our lens. So the lens is now facing the light further. So I just want to make sure that little highlight is basically the same point where the light source is. And since our light is quite 90 degrees from this angle, it should just be pointing up there. And let's flip this to the other side. I'm not convinced that you will see it here, so I actually don't think that's necessary. However, I do think the cut in here is actually wrong. So it should probably look something like this. And I think this part just needs to come out just a little bit more. And this is just about how I think the shape should read in 3D in real life. So this little bump here represents this little bump, right? It's looking good. Let's cut into this form and add in. I want to separate this section here and just make this part a little bit crispier, a bit more defined. And I'm not sure how I want to do that yet. Maybe a value change might be good, like a subtle one like that. That is kind of interesting, because if we do that, we can start to just add a tiny shadow to show like there's a very subtle recess here. That's kind of interesting. One thing nice about that is it breaks up the shape quite nicely, and I can also help express the changes in form and perspective by putting this on the other side. Oops. Putting this on the other side and just giving the same treatment. I think that's great to help suggest the form changes of this. Maybe now what I need to do is just make sure this little highlight is wrapping around, because it should in fact do that, right? It should kind of just change in direction a little bit, because this was not something that we anticipated in the early version, because it's generally a much more smooth shape. So instead of a clean line like this, I think this highlight should actually go upwards and wrap upwards instead. It's a very subtle thing, but it does really help to make the reflections more convincing. And considering this design is, especially the white part, is almost all reflections, I think it's important that all of this read nicely. So I'm just using the smudge tool and just making sure like the highlights are properly deformed according to the micro changes of the geometry underneath. So I think this part here we need to figure out like an attachment point, right? Let's see. I think I have pipes. So maybe let's go into joints and connectors. There we go. There's some nice industrial-esque pipe connections here. If you're gonna do photo bashing a lot, which, you know, if you're thinking about this industry in general, you probably would. So it really is a good idea to organize your references as best as you can. I don't dare say like my references are very organized, but I have invested time into them to clean them up every now and then. They're like as important as my, just the well-being of my computer itself. I do think it's just knowing where everything is so valuable. A big part I found of why my students found this process frustrating is just they don't know what pictures to use. And I think that's a natural challenge in the early stages of things, just because You don't know where everything is at. You don't know what's useful yet. So um, make it like a new routine where you are always steadily growing your library. And if you kind of do it like in a routine base like that, then you won't be accidentally stuck with a very, very messy library. This is what happened to me. So I think it only starts to become a problem when it doesn't become part of your routine of downloading and putting them correctly the right places. So once I had my library set up, like every time I find something cool, I know exactly which folder to put it in, and the subfolders are really important. I don't have I have a lot of subfolders, so they're not like, it's not just character. So within character, there are a ton of smaller subfolders. So this way, like even though there's not many images inside the subfolder, inside the respective folders, but whatever is in there is meant to be there. So I think that's more of like a habit thing that you want to instill. So I'm using these little nuggets of textures to kind of help build up the complexity of this connecting point here, because I think it's quite a crucial area. It's where the skin meets the helmet, so I just want to make sure that that part is nice and fleshed out. I do notice the form here is starting to get a little bit muddy, right? Muddy meaning like the definitions is not that clear. Like if you look at this, like the forms here are very clear. I think that's why it looks so good. So probably one of the issues is right now it's like you can't really tell what the 3D shape is, and it's probably a mix of a lot of problems. Maybe the form, there isn't enough correct lighting to help describe the form. So let me see if this helps. That tends to be usually the problem when the surface becomes muddy. The light, meaning the light and shadow, is just not working correctly to make the shape readable. So I think that's a little bit better. Probably can still make some small adjustments with highlights. I just want to be careful when I do this because I'm essentially painting that bit. If I go too far, it'll just kind of end up looking like a painted product, and that's not the outcome that I'm going for. And I want maybe a nice little closing area, so let's use this. So when I was creating this sticker set or this kit bash decal set, I was looking for a very particular brand of shape language, so they're all like very future techy, human tech, modern shapes. So whenever you're creating like a little PSD set like that, I think it's a good idea to have some kind of direction of what you want, so you don't end up like trying to fit every sort of shape in. And what I recommend is like have multiple PSDs for your stickers, right? So this one in particular is just for those smaller details and very modern human tech details. You could have one for trees, rocks, you name it, right? Like anything under the sun. It doesn't have to. You want to have custom sets for every scenario. I think that would be the best. So you can imagine if you're doing a fantasy landscape and it has a lot of snow mountains, then having all of your rocks and mountain pieces all pre-cut would make the process of creating your environments or your landscape shots like so much more liberating and fun, right? Which is honestly the most important thing. Like you want to be fun. That way you can be openly creative and it doesn't feel like you're fighting the painting so much. So So I'm liking that jaw piece now. I think it's coming along better. So I'm just darting in between the concept, going between sections here and adding in little like lines to just kind of help the parts all gel together better. Because mind you, they're all segregated now at the moment, right? They're not integrated just yet. So I'm gonna also start to add little screw points everywhere. So I'm looking for a nice shape. Maybe this one will be good. This was not in the sketch, but I didn't draw it in because I knew I wanted to put it in. But it was just little screw ports, right? Little access points. So you can paint that in, but sometimes like using a photo and getting that micro detail there does make everything look so much more real. And also, when you have different materials working together. So let's say the screw itself is matte, like this black matte here, and then but the housing surrounding it is shiny. That kind of adds like a nice little additional level of complexity to it. And on top of that, oops, let's go and select modify, expand. Now let's do the same thing we did before, where we actually added a little bit of shine and a little bit of shadow. And let's see how big do we want this to be. So that little extra recess will just make that screw fit in much better. So just make sure the values are correct. I mean, you want something there, but not to a point where it screams for too much attention. Yeah, I think that's nice. So we'll just merge this. We'll add one here. We'll add one more here. And just make sure the perspective lines up. And also the local value lines up, so it shouldn't be that bright. There should be some logic to the placement of the screws, but I've seen them been placed in areas that should sometimes just purely aesthetics as well. Obviously, anytime you can inject real-world knowledge and know-how in the placement of these things, especially with mechanical design, futuristic design, it's always so much better because it makes it feel more natural. But even just applying some basic theory of like detail placement, it also still works quite well, right? Like we want to place it here because they kind of just help break the surface information and kind of give us that nice visual variety. But I think that's as far as I'll put it. We might add one more here on the side. Alright, again, making sure the local value lines up. I do want to add one at the chin, but I don't think we have space. Maybe here, but it has to be a smaller one. Alright, so that's good. Let's add to the shoulder, or I keep calling this the shoulder, but you know what I mean. It's just this part here. And one thing we can do for this part as well is like, because I want to suggest that cloth is actually covering, so having some overlapping would be nice. So what we'll do is we'll just darken that bit, and then we'll just add the shadow. And that one thing cool about that is like we're actually reinforcing the form, because now our eyes will believe that there is actually an extra piece of plastic underneath there. And every time you have overlapping like that, it just makes the surface more interesting, more tangible, right? Because it feels like there's more underneath, like there's more stories underneath the surface. So that kind of little bit of detail, I think, helps a lot. Okay, so we're just working our way through, adding all of this necessary details, and I've kept the screw size and the shape generally consistent because once again, going back to that fundamental theory of manufacturing, right? Like if you have to make a suit like this, you generally want to reduce the amount of unique screws because that just makes the maintenance of this suit much more reasonable. So it doesn't become a nightmare where you have to find 5 or 6 different types of screwdrivers or something. So especially in a military kind of scenario, people you want to have things easily maintained. Okay, so all of that screw bits kind of really help to tie the thing together, right? And I want to start merging this down. I'm a sometimes I do maybe do it at my own peril, but I do like to merge all of my layers down. It just makes the painting, makes the artwork a little bit easier to navigate. I really don't like messing around with too many layers and whatnot. So it's a preference thing. Obviously, if you can maintain your layer structure, by all means, go for it. I tend to be more conscious of layer structuring if I'm working on a client project because I want to give them that luxury of being able to change things quickly. So having all of my layers separated does allow me to make changes on the fly. But in this case, if this is a personal work and I'm just trying to showcase a technique and a workflow, I'm not too concerned about that. Okay, so kind of reviewing the design, we have the mouth to work on, small details. This whole section is untouched. I still want to address here, and I want to address the neck, the piping, and a bit more of the chest, and then we can start going to stickers and decals. The chance to address was just the shape, which was probably something that was left over in the sketch, and I think I'm going to use my pen tool to see if I can get a much more machined shape. Because probably prior to this, using the lasso was giving me a less than accurate form. So let's see if this helps out. There we go. That looks way better. And I'm also going to, let's see what I want to do with this part. Not entirely sure yet, but maybe what would be nice is if we just add a little bit of an arc here. Does that look strange? I ask myself that a lot. Let me zoom out to see. This is after, this is before. No, I think let's just keep it straight. What if we just shave this off instead? And let's just do without that little bump there. Yeah, I think this is probably the way to go. That kind of works the whole mantra of more consistent engineering, more precise manufacturing methods and whatnot. So I think that's good. Okay, so let's speed along and start to wrap up this guy. So let me look at more textures and go through my mechanical design folder and scrub through. So what I'm looking for is a nice flat surface to replace this, right? Let's see. Could use something. Well, basically this is like the outcome that we want, so I'll just keep this in first because that looks really nice. maybe we can get it from a different folder. How about my robotics? There we go. This is what I'm looking for. Like a very nice flat texture surface. So this is actually I think it's a 3D model from Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. It's by Elite 3D. Let me just grab this whole section that has that really nice 3D shell shape that I think would work really well. Man, I'm so tempted to just use this shape and pattern because I love this kind of techie lines, but you know that would be wrong. So what I'm gonna do instead is let's come up with a nice clean new selection for this part here. And make sure the angle, particularly this angle, is correct. So I don't know, do I want it to bank that much? Probably not. Let's see. It's probably going to be somewhere along the lines here. We want it to be gray, of course. So what I can do now is maybe what we'll do is we'll just let's try to get our best to align some of these lines here because it does have those nice you know, machined frames or bars that run across the surface of this, and it's exactly the look that we want, but the shape is not aligning with our original design. So basically this section here should be diagonal like that. This guy here should be like this. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm rebuilding my design using this screenshot or this surface of this 3D model as the base. And we'll work with this first. I'm not intending it to be absolutely one-to-one. I want to kind of work together with this texture as well because I really do like the surface there. So in this case, I'm kind of going for a happy in-between, right? I'll keep what's already in the original 3D screenshot, but I'll change the core shape of it so that it aligns with my original design. So let's just bring this back to full opacity and see where we're at. I still think that looks pretty good. I mean, it's basically has all of the segmentations that we wanted, and then some, right? There's a little bit more things going on, which I think would look really good. So let me just finish up this shape a bit better so that it tucks in at the back here much more properly. Just using the smudge tool to kind of quickly move this materials around. I also want to make sure that this little square detail is present at all of this. I'm just using the stamp tool to tie it together. So we'll give this a little bit of image adjustments, shadow and highlights, just to knock it down a little bit. I want to have a bit more control with the lighting, so it's probably just a good idea to crush it little bit more, and I think the proposed material is actually lighter, but I kind of like the dark contrast, so I'm gonna go for that instead. And now that the material's been crushed a little bit, I can go back in and darken the areas that I think should have either shadow or some kind of cast shadow. That's looking cool. That's a nice piece of part replacement, and I really love like how it makes like a flat surface look visually appealing. So I'm gonna do the same for this bit here because I think it could use a little bit more that like pizzazz, that additional. So let's start to replace this as well. And I'm gonna do the same way. We want to try and keep as much of the original as we can, especially the shape. I don't really want to change the shape because that would mean that I'm changing my design, which I'm not. I just want the this patterns to overlay or apply over this silhouette I'm addressing. My throat's getting dry from talking for so long. Okay, so there we go. And same thing. Let's use the smudge tool to quickly stretch that material across, and also now go in and change the flow a little bit, because initially this was a square, so we're going to add another line here. So what we're doing essentially is we're turning this into our own shape. But I also need to be careful because there's actually screw points. So I want to keep those screw details. So let's cut this out. And let's make sure that they actually work together with the shape. So let's add a edge here, like a slight angle to all these corners. And I think I have to remove that to accommodate. So this is all to make sure that these new forms that I'm adding in actually work together with the shape of the screw. And that's looking good. Love that extra bit of techie detail. It does kind of make the surface look so much more interesting. And for the chin section, it's probably going to be done with the same material, but I'm just going to paint that in because it's such a small section. However, I am going to use a stamp tool, and we'll just keep this part quick. We'll just stamp this in. And what we'll do is we just use the smudge tool to continue that shape over. So nice heavy complexities here on the headgear. And let's just adjust all the shadows here. Make sure there's nice deep pitch shadows showing just the separation of the different materials. That's looking good. Okay, and then we did say we want to work on the neck piece, and I'm thinking to grab back my astronaut renders, and I actually don't think astronauts has any form of neck piece, so let's go to a different folder. Let's go to character work and maybe my military folder, and let's go for full body, and let's just find some. Oh, sorry, I think not military. I remember having a costume pack for hazmat. There we go. My hazmat pack is like has a lot of this very nice cloth folding, so I think this one would be a great way to introduce some nice cloth layering underneath, and because it's a hazmat suit, the surface of the cloth is going to be a bit more plastic looking, a little bit more reflective, and that's like a material that we didn't really get a chance to showcase in this concept. So I think it'll work together really nicely. So I'm just going to arrange it so that it overlaps nicely and that the rotation of the fabric feels like it's wrapping around the neck and also tucked under the chin. So that's really important because I want to make sure it feels like it's fitting correctly. And then what I'm going to do is manually cut this out because... Okay, just like that. We'll delete that because I want the chin to sit, the chin and the cable, we can actually see it there, but it sit over the fabric. So fabric, the lighting is obviously all over the place now, so what we're going to do is just going to hit it with a nice bit of shadow and highlights. So just kind of knock it down a bit, neutralize it, so we call it, and we'll just make it, we'll adjust the values so that it's a little bit lighter, maybe desaturate it, and make sure that there's a nice accurate cast shadow. In this case, this is going to be a cast shadow from the head and soft ambient shadows from the chin and the collar itself. I think probably a little bit darker there. I don't know. Kind of like it, kind of don't like it. Looks a bit busy in my opinion. So change the plans. Let's find a surface that is not as busy. I think it's because of how complicated that surface is, and I don't think I want that kind of complexity. So maybe let's grab another piece of hazmat. This is actually a 3D model, and maybe it might be better. This is by Michael Weisheim. Has a much more simplified version of that. So let's see if that helps. So same thing, gonna do a loose cutout. And what we'll do is we'll just clip it to that. And I think this is way better, right? I think that big shapes kind of makes it less noisy. It feels like it's easier to understand. Feels like we can see actually the shape a bit better. And I'm actually gonna keep the values a little bit lighter as well. What if we keep the color Surgent blue, maybe? No? Gray. Gray always works. Okay, let's just stick with that. And one thing I really want to do first is let's address this pipe, because I think that's something we didn't get a chance to clean up. So I think for initially all the pipes was going to be cloth piping, like something like you see in this NASA suits. They're all padded. So, but it does, I am also want to keep my options open. So let me just check out, like, do I have any other interesting surfaces we could use? Maybe a different form of piping. This is also a cloth pipe, which is pretty cool. Actually has some nice foldings on the side there, so we might still keep that. Unfortunately, that image is very low in resolution, so we might have to do a lot of cleanup. Let me just check my Cyberpunk folder, see if we have any interesting pipes to work with. We did have a... Right, so let me go back to my astronaut. I think I still want to go back to the astronaut. Let's use this. All right, see how this works. Pretty cool. Might need to be trimmed to size, but I think it works. And definitely for this section, I need to make sure that we're suggesting a bend. So let's just add a bend here. And let's duplicate one more for when it loops back into the suit, right? So kind of creating the S bend. And I want to make sure it's not just flat, that it actually has depth to it. So using two pictures does help with kind of create that snaking across the surface. And I'm actually changing the silhouette from my original sketch slightly, so which is fine. It's more natural anyway, so I'm going to just cut this off. Right, like that. And we'll add this just underneath. And let's just make sure the thickness is correct. And also, all that little cloth foldings, little bends and crinkling in the pipe, I want to make sure that's being shown as well. I actually like when the cloth actually sits on top of the neck, so I'm going to put that on top instead, and what we'll do, we'll just trim it manually like this. You can also use like a masking layer if you don't want to be as destructive as I am at the moment. So unfortunately the lighting here is backwards, right? Because it's actually bright at the bottom and dark at the top, so we gotta make sure that we either use a adjustment, shadow and highlights again, to possibly flatten out the lighting. So making the lights darker and the darks lighter. That way everything kind of meets up in the middle. Let's see if that works. And then we just manually clean up the lighting by ourselves. Still think the pipe is just a teeny bit too thick, right? Because you want that gap. That's looking pretty good. Probably too white. It should be more of a uniform color instead. And initially, I think in our concept it was green, so I'll just keep it that greenish tint. Put some labels on that eventually. I think that looks pretty good. Okay, let's just merge this down. Again, I don't want to have too many layers to work with. So this part looks a tiny bit off perspective, so let's just address that. And still, I think this should be a sharper angle. Probably be addressing that silhouette quite often. And you know, sometimes I'll keep jumping back into it because I just need a fresh eye to spot a mistake. So for now, I think that works. Okay, so let's do the same for this back tubing. Maybe we can use this. The thing about this NASA tubes is like they're actually not, they're like a little sandwich actually. They're not a perfect cylinder. So that's why I can't really use my original silhouette, because that one is like, it's basically a very standard cylindrical tubing, but I kind of like the way the NASA ones look like, so they're a bit more interesting, right? Because you don't normally expect cables to be in this kind of like a wedge shape tube like that, so I think it works well. So this one, the lighting is just on point, so we don't have to do any lighting adjustments. Honestly, that's the best. The less lighting adjustments you have to do, the more convincing the whole integration becomes, and it just makes everything look better. I just need to make sure this silhouette is nice, because this is where it's kind of like a meet point between two different surfaces, two different forms, I should say. So I need to make sure that the in-between points are just nice and precise. Maybe what we'll do is we'll just keep this What is that? There we go. Nice and sharp separation between those two areas. You know what? Like all that work we did here, I don't know if I feel any of the wrinkles. So instead of redoing that whole thing, what I'll do is I'll just grab this whole sleeve and we'll do an approximate bend like that. I only just want the wrinkles, so I just need to make sure that at least the overall curvature is correct. And let's try soft light and see if we can just add a bit more surface information to those tubes, because they look so like they almost look like they've been painted on, which kind of defeats the purpose, right? I want those micro wrinkles to work and everything. And we'll just do this first. I want a little bit more on this part, so let me just do the same thing. Again, we'll add a soft light. And make sure the values are correct. Make this a little bit brighter. Okay. And what we'll do now is we'll go into liquify, filter, liquify, and we're actually going to look for layer 31. Where is layer 31? There we go. Oh, was it not layer 31? Which layer is it? Oh, layer 28, copy 8. Okay, filter, liquify, layer 28, copy 8. Okay. So what we're going to do is actually use liquify to kind of make sure the wrinkles of all these little bumps actually conform to the shape of those piping underneath. It's a small detail, but it's gonna really make this texture gel. I still think this is quicker than actually rebashing the cloth, so that's why I'm opting for this method instead. Might seem extra work, but you know, I think it's gonna take us it's gonna give us a lot of value, because small things like this, it kind of is the one that helps give us that illusion of everything being like photoreal and convincing and awesome looking. There we go. And let's soften that and maybe erase some so it doesn't look too consistent. Okay, and let's just do a very quick cutout. We'll just select everything. Minus out the, oops. There we go. That's so when we zoom out now, you see a lot more nice information on that fabric, and I think that's exactly what I want. I'm gonna just unsharp mask it once to just make those edges a little bit sharper, essentially, a little bit more condensed details. All right, so character is coming along pretty well. Let's go on to finish up this symbol here. So we're going to do it much neater now. And so we're going to make the full cross and then add the cut-in point. And what I'll do is I'll fill this up with a value. This is more of a reference point. Instead of painting it, normally I would paint it. In this case, because the shape is quite complex, we'll just add an outer bevel and then just reduce the size. And we want it to be down instead, right? So basically, just soften it. So maybe chisel, we'll call it smooth instead. There we go. So we get a nice soft bevel. You want to be careful with this. You can obviously go too far or too little. So just find a good balance. The reason why I did this because I'm not entirely sure whether I got the perspective right the first round. So I just want to be less destructive because of something like this. I have a feeling I'll be moving around this part quite often. And I want to make sure I just have the luxury of adjusting it. So I'm going to go into my reference FX stock and I think I have lamps folder. So this is kind of like what I use for sirens and lights. We'll use this for the sirens later, but I also just want to add a bit more micro detail into this piece here. So let's bring back the fill. It's a bit overkill. I mean, we could probably have just filled this up with a color, but you know, small things like this. And now because I'm doing it individually like that, I can actually even suggest a bit of thickness as well, to show like the lights are actually recessed, right? So recessed in. I think that's pretty cool. That. Oops. Okay, so let's just merge this. I find like when I do lights like this, it just looks way more convincing rather than just a flat color with a glow or something. I think because like that's actually how it works in real life, right? Like you have like little diodes like this, and unless you have a diffuser, then only would the lights be diffused. So what I'll do is I'll just colorize this, make it quite saturated and make it red, and you know, play around with the values and whatnot. So depending on how bright the LEDs are, they will start to become overblown to white. In this case, it'll probably be somewhere along the lines of this, like a really low key one. And we can add a glow as well. I mean, that's kind of mandatory, right, for, let's say, something like this. So let's do color dodge. So it's nice to put a little bit orange, maybe a inner glow. This is nice because it kind of just makes it look like there is a natural bleed in the LEDs, right? And also, you know, gives it a little bit more color variety. Yellow, red there. So that's cool. And let's use not the top one. I might just use the reflection because it's not as overexposed in the picture. So I think this should bow this quite well. Same concept, but I'm actually okay with this being a little bit more overexposed. You know, because this is the flashing element. And for the blue side, I was tempted to use a blue, but we'll just do it like this. We'll just change the color and call it a day. So I need to add like some bloom. Eventually, I could technically use this as the bloom pass. You know, the bloom is basically the overexposure. So if I set this to color dodge, it's really, really overexposed at the moment, which is why I wanted to be careful with it. And probably not this texture. I have other blooms, but let's just address that in a bit. I don't want it to be too much about lighting because I do need to consider lighting in that area as well if we were going with that. So let me just hit this sections here just a little bit more light. It's a nice way to prep the surface, so that way if I start to add any bloom effects or glowing effects, it starts to come together a bit better. So a little bit of dodge and burn to kind of tie all this together. I mainly just want to make sure all the shadow values are consistent, and we kind of have been avoiding the mouth, right, for quite some time. So let's address that. And you know how I like to do mouths. I tend to just use Sketchfab. Reasoning behind it is, I mean, especially for something like this, if I'm not trying to showcase my mouth painting abilities, so for me, using a stock head, like something that I found online, makes a ton of sense to me. We'll still have to make some changes and whatnot. I don't think you would even be able to recognize the mouth, so for me this is essentially how I do it. If I'm designing a character with personality that needs to have a face, I probably won't use this method. So I'd like this one. I think this is a 3D scan, so it should be very nice and realistic. This is from Voron Art. Yeah, this is pretty cool. Amazing scan. So I'm just gonna try to make sure that the angle lines up. No way of doing this besides manually eyeballing it. Windows Shift S to open snipping tool in Windows, and layer clip. Let's just let's just pair the mouth in here, and just all I need to do is just make sure the position lines up with my sketch, right, which is actually somewhere around here. And the helmet is meant to be oversized anyway, so I'm not surprised if the mouth is going to look small in the context of everything. It's meant to look small because the helmet is pretty much like a walking CPU on bolted on top of your head. So I just want to make sure like his mouth, like little muscle silhouette there, is nice and popping out. I think that helps with the readability of the form. So quick checks, make sure that the fitting is right. There's no shadow or anything yet, but good thing with this, the reason why I picked this scan as well, because there is no shadow, because actually in fact it would be pretty much in shadow, right? Because the overhang of the upper helmet is so high that you probably wouldn't have any light that goes through. But I do want to change the toning to, because it was a little bit red just now. And at this point, I mean, if you manage to adjust the lighting, is extra brownie points. I wouldn't say is the most important thing, but it certainly does improve on the presentation aspect of your artwork, which is why I'm doing it. So I'm just gonna use the burn tool and just very lightly enhance the ambient shadows on his face. And because this entire face is gonna be in shadow anyway, right? So I think we'll have a little bit of light bleeding coming in from the sides here. Maybe what I'll do is I'll use a soft brush and we'll set this to screen. We can just paint in a little bit of kick light there. The edge is atrocious at the moment, so let's just address that. Let's clean this up. All right. So again, this is more for presentation. It doesn't really affect the design. It does, of course, help with the believability of it. So So that's a nice integration of a face in. I'm not really trying to sell his nose or mouth design, so I'm going to keep the screenshot as is. Maybe if you're working with an actor's face, this might be risky because maybe an actor or actress might have a recognizable lower half of the face. Maybe they have like a very memorable mole or facial scar, so then maybe you might want to paint that out or change that. But in this case, I do want it to just be a generic head and not something too recognizable. So something like this is good enough. I also want to play with the idea of I don't know if it's going to work yet, but I just want to see what happens if there is like a light bleed coming from inside the visor. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. There is a HUD display, like a camera, like a screen on the inside of his visor. Kind of like when you wear VR goggles, same thing happens. So I think that's pretty good. I just need to make sure that I mask the nose because the nose would block the light, right? The bridge there. So you would just see it near the cavities of the eyes. So a little bit higher focus here. So I think that's a nice touch. It does kind of make it look like he's actually looking at something underneath all of this. Just clean up the silhouette here. Oops. Same here. Silhouette's not that great, and it's becoming quite an important part of design. So I just want to make sure that line is nice. That's cool. I mean, that kind of adds a little bit more to the whole thing and kind of finishes up quite nicely. So what else should we add? Maybe the insides here kind of look a little bit dull, right? So I want to suggest an inset. Let's just use this first and see how it looks. Maybe we'll rotate my selection just a little bit more. There we go. Let's try this out. And we'll darken this. So a little bit more information there, right? So it's not just a black dot. Yeah, that's pretty cool. But I'm thinking that maybe the inside here, we should add a color. I'm not the best when it comes to working with color. You can notice it in my portfolio and this current work I'm doing even. I do think it's I really respect those who can handle vibrant designs, but I don't. So I'm usually quite cautious with my color application. So in this case, I'm just maybe suggesting a little bit of a two-tone there, a bit of reddish orange, or just to suggest a slightly different material and hue just at that part. Maybe we'll make this red is kind of cliche, right? But it is a medic, so you know what? No, let's go with like yellow orange. Another cliche, but I think it's a better one. Also, I do think we should add a screw here. Just doesn't make sense for it to not have one. It's a really strange place to put a screw, but this chin has really been bothering me. So this is going to be slightly more complicated, right? Because this is a screw that's on the flat surface, but our surface is actually not. It's actually more of a fold. There's a fold here. So what I'll do is I'll just remove that bleed and excess. And if you look at like products like drills or whatever that has screw holes, you notice that if it goes to a corner like that, what will happen is it'll tend to have a swooping, has a wider scoop to it because you need to accommodate a screw going in there in that direction, right? So I just need to paint that little slot in and we should have this part integrated nicely. So we'll just emphasize it a little bit more. There we go. So that screw looks like it's sitting in there a bit better. And I think conveniently we won't see it, but I'll just indicate there's a little nub there. Yeah, let me just paint this in and make sure the highlights now are working correctly. Cool. So that part looks much more balanced now that there's a screw there. And I think last thing is just I want to add a pattern here, so let me just get a quick diamond pattern. This is good. I'm not even gonna save this, we're just gonna copy it. And I need to tile this a few times. Doesn't have to be precise because it's gonna be quite small, quite subtle. And let's map this onto the geometry and make sure all that curvature, distortion in the perspective and whatnot is all working nicely. You don't want it to be flat. You want it to kind of wrap around correctly in perspective, right? Okay, and I'm gonna use this, my magic wand, and contiguous is switched off. So it's gonna pick all of that, whatever value I select. In this case is white. And just double check. You know, I actually have a lot more wiggle room. So let me just scale this down and compress this texture a bit more so we get more bang for our buck. Same thing. And what I'll do is I just want this gray area to be selected, this one here. So I'm just going to quickly mask this out or cut this out, duplicate it, that way we can use the layer lock. So now the pattern is there, and we won't stop here. I'm gonna select that. And now basically we have like a netting selected of this material, right? And once you have that, we can start to do some really fun bevel effects, right? So we can do like this and this. You can create a very nice 3D pattern with that as well. I think that works, right? That does look pretty cool almost just immediately. I do like to rasterize the layer style so that way I can actually work in some lighting. I can use dodge and burn to adjust the tone and whatnot. So I'm just gonna do that. A nice change in surface is very refreshing because we have a lot of flat surfaces, so it's nice to see like a very, very different surface represented. And I noticed these clips, they should be in this design, right? So let's bring them over. Again, same manufacturing, so it should have the same aesthetics. A little bit trickier here because the perspective is really, really distorted. So once I do that, I need to make sure that I get the bend of these guys in the right angle. That's the first thing. And I think this guy is actually shining, facing the light a little bit more. It's like a rim light or a kick light there. And I'm just going to paint in the missing geometry, right? And a little bit soft shadows that kind of tie everything together. All right, cool. Again, let's adjust the values here and there. Maybe use the mid-tones instead. Just adding a bit more contrast. I want the head to pop, so definitely it's gonna get a bulk of the high contrast lights are gonna be there. So another thing I want to start playing with is just adding a bit of weathering and aging to the whole design. So I do have a fun way of doing that. My method is to duplicate the actual layer, and what we're going to do is filter, stylize, and find edges. And basically what we're going to get now is a kind of like an outline comic book version of it. You do need to desaturate it so it's just black and white, and sometimes you want to adjust as well the intensity. So basically you can figure out eventually how contrast you want it to be. But essentially with the magic wand and contiguous switched off, you now have essentially if I duplicate this, basically like what I did was actually cut out all the areas here, and basically what you have now is like if I just darken all of these layers, like it's all of these sections here are selected at the moment, and it's also conveniently at what we call like the cavity sections of it. So if I start to just darken, or I'm using the burn tool now to kind of darken the piece, or lighten, I can also lighten it. Let me zoom in to show. So it's actually only selecting the edges, and it's a great way to imply wear and tear that you would normally see on a real piece of hardware, right? Generally what will happen is the edges would become almost polished and worn from the use. So painted surfaces tend to appear darker around the edges, the hard edges, because the paint gets scratched off, like in this case here. So you see some paint scratching happening. So I will darken all these sections because they really kind of help a lot with the realism. Especially like this edge here. It's going to get a lot of scuffing from hitting the sides of the wall and whatnot. So let's just make sure that's kind of nice and prominent. Here as well, the chin, probably going to get a lot of scuffing around here. And then for metal surfaces, it's kind of like the opposite instead, because normally the metal surfaces would be anodized, or you have some kind of powder coating. So as it wears off, you actually see more of its natural shine. So maybe its original material was like titanium or something, and so but there was a anodized coating, or like to blacken it. And so when you rub off that blackened coat, what you get is almost like a shiny effect underneath. So what I'm doing is just picking up those things. So the metallic surfaces, I'm actually adding shine to the edges, and for the painted surfaces, I'm adding darkening. And I just realized like a little bit dodgy edge here on the mouth, so I'm just gonna fix this now. So it's a nice way to add micro detail. So we're gonna do the same here. Same thing, duplicate, filter, find edges, desaturate it, bump up the contrast if you need to, so that you get a deeper selection. Let's use Magic Wand. I like to select the whites and then invert it by pressing Shift Control I, and then we'll just duplicate from the under layer. And so fabrics, in my opinion, they tend to get dirty, so I tend to add dirt to them. Painted surfaces tend to get a chip and worn, and thus dirt collects around the edges. So I think painted surfaces look good when there's a little bit of darkened wear and tear around it, especially the edges, right? So you can go overboard with this. Don't do that. You want to be careful, but it is extremely fun. So do proceed with caution because I am extremely guilty of overdoing this. I love this step. I feel like it always gonna, because I love weathering my sculptures, my toys. When I work on art pieces, I tend to always apply a lot of weathering, and it's easy to go too far. So do proceed with some sense of caution, right? And same thing with the metal surfaces, you just want to pick up the highlights. And one thing I love about this is because how quick it is, but also how realistic it actually works. It is true, like in real life, this is what would happen. Um, the edges would either pick more light or more dirt, right? So you get a much more convincing result, especially like with the buckle here. You can start to really go in and just pick up some of those edges, especially here as well. And last but not least is the underneath layer. Filter, find edges, Shift Control U, Control L to contrast it. Select the whites, Shift Control I to invert, and Control J to duplicate some. And then now you have your edge pass layer, right? There we go. It's a light touch, but man, I do feel it adds a lot of that realism. Beauty of it as well, you can just go in and you can levels and crank it up or down, or you can still make adjustments. You know, maybe you want to add a little bit more contrast to that particular part, because I didn't actually merge it down, so I still have some room to work with. You can also tint it actually, which is comes out really nice. So let's say the shadows and midtones are, sorry, maybe not shadows, maybe midtones are more to the orange side, reddish orange, and that could also imply like rust. Or you could layer lock it, and let's say you get like a chalky brush like this, and then grab like a nice rust color or orangey red, and you could also paint in rust, but you just have to be careful with the application so it doesn't look too fake. But tons of potential working this way. So in this sense, I'll just maybe tint it a tiny bit, so we just get a little bit more hue variety. Not much. I don't think it's very obvious, but you know, small things like that do have an overall effect through the whole thing. So I think this is cool. I'm gonna just add a little bit of shadow. So now we're talking about like just presentation bits, you know, maybe some ambient occluding shadows between these two to separate the parts better. Maybe let's just highlight this collar a bit more properly. And maybe let's think about some effects for this guy. So I did mention I wanted to add like I have like a lens flare, so maybe you know, I think we'll paint it because this is an LED glow, so I think the lens flare wouldn't be that prominent. So just pick like a color close to it. Maybe color dodge is too much. Let's try overlay. There we go. Overlay is better. Feels more natural. Whatever kind of looks right. But for the side here, maybe we could use... No, you know what? I'd rather not. Let's just go... I think that is less distracting. Feels a bit more appropriate. You don't want it to take away too much. Oops. And other things I want to do is also just, again, back to adding a little bit more wear and tear. So I'm going to drop my tolerance to 5 pixels. So it's a very fine tolerance. So basically what it does is picks up more of the random edges. And now I can start to just add little specks of highlight, just to show like this surface of this metal is a bit more inconsistent, and that actually kind of makes the surface look more interesting, right? And if I invert it, I can do the same by darkening it. So I'm gonna just go through the whole piece doing this. This is just to, again, break up the surface a little bit. Just make some of these surfaces look a little bit more uneven. I'm also gonna bring out a texture brush. I think I have a metal texture. This is just a little bit scuffing. We'll set this to overlay and make this a little bit bigger. There we go. I'm going to be very, very light-handed with this because I don't want to overdo it. Basically, I'm just targeting the areas that will hit with light and would actually showcase some changes in reflection properties, right? So, but it's easy to go too heavy-handed with this, so I'm just being very cautious where I place this. But it's just meant to break up some of that surface of the paint. All right, and let's go into decals. This is where honestly have to say, like, I don't really spend enough time building my own decals. There are actually a lot of good ones that you can currently purchase on either DeviantArt or even ArtStation. I believe there is a concept artist who does like the most beautiful decals, like, stuff like this. So I would say just support them. For now, I'm just gonna use, for the sake of time, that I think this demo is running long enough. I'm just gonna use like my go-to Gundam decals that I've always been using. I don't own this, but they're like, I don't think there's any copyright issue to my knowledge with using this. Well, anyway, this is a piece of just personal work. I don't intend to sell this artwork at all, so for now this should do. So essentially decals are like the last thing, but I really do think, especially for something futuristic, or even just like if you're designing anything that's man-made, decals really help a lot. They kind of breathe so much life to a piece. Little things like that, you barely see it, but it does add so much to. I think it also helps, showcase the surface, because when you see a pattern and the decal is like slanted like that, it automatically implies that, okay, like you can understand the angle of the shape better because of the set patterns, right? Because it's just another one of those things that help describe the form and perspective of a surface, right? So let's say for this example here, if I add this decal there, because the distortion and maybe even a little bit of warping, because the surface is quite curved, it kind of helps you understand what the shape is. So I'm not going to go too ham with this. I'm probably going to keep them. I do want to add some with color, but like, I don't want to make this design too busy, especially since I didn't really design these decals on my own. So I might keep them also in black. Let me see how it will look like if this warning symbol actually had a color to it. Yeah, it looks really cool. A little bit extra injection of color there. That's always nice. Of course, you can use this to put like really cool stuff, like the name of the unit and all that kind of stuff, all that goodness when it comes to science fiction design. For now, I'm just focusing the decals on like latches and hatch, like screw points and whatnot. Generally, that's where you would find labels and instructions and whatnot, because again, it's to inform the whoever is going to be the technician how to properly maintain this kind of suits and whatnot. So let's grab some. Like, this is cool. External attachment hard point. I think that's perfect. So maybe we could pop this. I mean, the placement of the thing is an art form on its own. If you're too blunt with it, it does take away. But if you're too if you're too heavy-handed, it's like too much, right? But if you're too light-handed with it as well, it does lose a little bit of its charm. So there we go. This sensor below is perfect. It's super generic, but it kind of really, it's perfect for this design because it does have a sensor there, right? Also got to make sure that I adjust the values, right? So this is a red sticker in shadow, so it will appear a little bit darker. So let's just put this on all of the camera housings. But maybe this guy, because it's actually facing the light, could be a little bit brighter, right? Small things like that. That's nice. Do I have like little arrows maybe? Well, maybe this little square. I just want to highlight some of these screws, tend to have. Maybe I'll modify this so it becomes my own. There we go. Just like a little marker to show like, okay, this is a screw point, this is a screw point, right? It's almost like self-explanatory, but when it all comes together, it does look really cool. Especially if you're into this kind of stuff. Oops. So for all of these screw points, because I think I'm going to have to adjust the value, what I'm going to do is just apply all of them first and make sure they are conforming to the correct perspective. It's easier said than done because I need to zoom in and zoom out to keep checking. And making sure like they're right level of distortion. So I think that's looking good. We still have a few more. Oops. Okay, so this one is going to be the opposite direction. And we did add one more here, so. You have to imagine the poor person who's actually manufacturing these suits having to stick all of these individual stickers. Well, sorry, you know what I should say? I think in actual manufacturing, this is actually done via laser. A laser actually prints it on by etching onto the paint surface. So, yeah, I mean, that in the future especially, that would justify almost an over-labeling look. So maybe there is some plausible logic to the abundance of labels and stickers on this kind of sci-fi surfaces. All right, last few. Can't say I really enjoy this after too long. But if you look at like all the Aaron Beck stuff, Yoji Shinkawa stuff, or even Katoki Hajime, the Gundam designer, they put a ton of labels onto everything. Cool. Can finally say it's done. All right, so let me just merge all these screw details down, just the screw ones, because I'm not entirely sure I want to keep them bright red like this. So Let me see. This is gray. This is red but toned down. You know what? I think less is more. In this case, I kind of like the gray, but I just have to make sure, like, for the parts that are in shadow, right? Like their local values are respected, so they would appear a little bit darker. So a lot of work, but you can barely see it. But you feel it, though. And I think that's the most important thing. Okay, so I think decal's done. Maybe a bit more cleanup, but we are so close to done, being complete here. So let me just start to organize all the layers here, right? This is the mouth. This is the glowy bits. I like to have some form of organization in my layers. Simple ones like this, I think, go a long way. Right, so this is chest, collar, and this is the head and neck, and this is the back, collar. Save this. And what I like to do in the end is merge it. So now everything is merged into one layer. I like to give it a little bit of unsharp mask. That might be a bit too much, but I just find like the unsharping kind of just gives everything a little bit of that jazz, that little bit tightness. So before, let me see if I can load up the history. So this is, you can barely see it, but it's there, trust me. Maybe what I want to do is just manually sharpen some of these features, especially the mouth here, right? They do look a little bit soft compared to all the other parts. And that's something important to remember whenever you're working with photo bashing, right? Because you're essentially working with several different fidelities. Essentially, every picture is a different fidelity, which is why we actually initially use surface blur to some of the photos to knock them down. So now we're kind of like using the sharpen brush and just selectively bringing up some key areas so that they get a bit more revealed, right? And normally I would also make adjustments to the values and light, but in this case, I think we are actually in quite a good place. I don't really see much, maybe sporadic little bumps of light here, but no harm to just check the contrast levels. I think we're quite okay, actually. Check the auto tone, auto contrast, see if anything interesting happens. Auto color tends to make it cooler. I kind of like it. In the warm tone. We'll also make this, Instagram ready. So let me just add like a nice background. So we'll go to environment work and let's see, just find a nice, we're gonna blur it anyway, so it doesn't have to be so precise, but we want like a nice room, or maybe I'll use my garage. Civilian basement. Let's see if this works. I took this photo years back. It's actually the basement of my workplace. Always liked how industrial it looked. So one thing I like about this photo reference is you actually have those little fluorescent lights at the top, so they kind of complement my top-down lighting really well. So I just need a little square of it, and we're just going to go into Blur Gallery. Oops, save it first. Go into Blur Gallery and use a field blur. Filter, Blur Gallery, field blur. There we go. And just crank up the depth of field. somewhere in between. It's more of a presentation thing. It's kind of always nice to kind of have your design on top of a scene, especially in this case where the lighting seems to line up. Maybe with the exception to that little bit there, which I'm not too happy with. So I'm just gonna stretch it a little bit and maybe here. Kind of like that bloom. Speaking of which, let's add a bloom. So filter blur, just add a tiny bit of Gaussian blur to the whole thing. Oh, my mistake. The decals are a separate layer. So let me put this back in, and because the reason why I want to do this now, because I want to sharpen the decals as well. So I think that's good. And let's merge it down. Okay, let's go back to where we were. So filter, blur, Gaussian blur. And this is not really important. It depends obviously on your lighting scenario as well. But basically we're just adding a little bit of bloom. It doesn't have to be so drastic. Right, so essentially it's just adding a bit of that softness to it. I'm gonna just desaturate it as well so that it doesn't look too bright. And there we go. I think this is, I just don't want that. Yeah, there we go. This is better. And now is a question of like, do we want more contrast and which way? Like, do we want to make the background lighter? I was so used to this. I was working constantly with this light gray background, so I think I'm going to keep it in that format. Okay, and let me just erase this, get a nice soft edge. All right, so let's do a nice comparison of all the stages, right? This is where when we were kind of blocking out the 3D tone, almost basically sculpting the surface, right? And stretch this a bit. And then we had the flat colors, which is also really important because you're designing the value breaks, the surfaces. And finally, we have the line sketch, which, you know what? That's so annoying. I totally forgot about the plastic visor. So let's add that in. To make that easier, I think I'm gonna show you a nice trick. So I'm gonna look up black visor. Oh, is that what a black visor is? I was expecting something else. I'm looking for like a black plastic version of something like that. Like maybe I should add visor shield. How about that? There we go. Yeah, this is exactly what. So instead of looking for something transparent, look for something that's tinted high gloss black. It's actually way easier to work with. So I'm gonna find one that is maybe higher in resolution. So let's change the size to large. And we don't want to work with a transparent one because that's just difficult. I want to work with something that is dark enough and has a matching perspective. This is not bad. Let's see. This actually, funny enough, might actually work. It has a lot of colors on it, but let's just give it a shot. I'm gonna put it over here and just copy and paste these images in. I have a feeling this might be the winner. Let me just give this a shot first. So what you want to do with this texture is we'll just nicely cut it out. We'll grab the natural cut line. So see how that reflection cuts there? So I think it's a safe place for us to cut. And yeah, I think this is a winner. I can tell right away. Okay, so the line is supposed to go all the way to the front and the side there. So it's supposed to be here, and just use the transform tool to kind of reshape this. I kind of like that curve as well, or that angle in the original texture. So I think we'll keep that. I just need to make sure that I get the correct form. This is easier said than done because we're essentially turning a wedge into a more consistent cylinder. So that looks about right. I picked this image as well because it had this extra lip here, and I think that's going to be very useful for us because it beats trying to create it from scratch. See how I can just use that, extend it, and it gets the opposite version, right? Okay, so we kind of have like a very, to me, you need to start with this, like it needs to look convincing that it is a clear plastic first. So in this case, sorry, not clear plastic, but a black plastic, right? It should be convincing first. So if it doesn't look convincing at this point yet, it's really not going to work, and it's going to be really hard to make it work as a transparent object. So I'm going to just make sure that this looks like exceptionally convincing as a black plastic or black glossy thing first. So I'm going even adding little hot spots at the top here, maybe addressing the contrast on this guy here. Because essentially a purely clear object is just like a clear glass, right? There's actually no values besides the reflections, right? Technically there's no color besides whatever it can reflect. So the reason why I'm starting with black is just because it's easier to understand. Because I think if you can reach up to this point of this tutorial, you should be able to at least recreate a shiny black piece of cylinder like this, half pipe. So once you reach up to this point where it looks convincing, right? And add reflections, whatnot, if you need to help sell the idea even further. You just set it to screen, right? Because like I said, like what you want in plastic is just all the reflective bits. So if you start at black and we screen it, we know that all the blacks will be removed. So it automatically creates this very convincing glass or plastic effect, right? Really, really easily. So let's just clean this up. Maybe add a little bit more of a connecting point here. I'm a little bit annoyed that I totally forgot about this, but it's okay. We'll just work our way through. So now if you want to add maybe some additional details, you can just use a smudge tool. It should look pretty convincing because as long as you're working off the same values, it should be good. And if you want it to be more translucent, then it's just a question of increasing the contrast. But in this case, because our surrounding is quite bright, you know, we have a lot of surrounding lights essentially around it, and our character is also illuminating some light, so it would just make a lot of sense that you would kind of have a lot more reflections on this plastic. Okay, so just make sure the shape is not too wonky. So a little bit of adjustments here. Maybe I'll use liquify. So now if you want to tint this with any color, all you have to do is actually just make a new layer underneath and fill it with a color. So let's say we fill this with yellow orange. So it doesn't look right now, but if I set it to multiply, so now it's like it's a tinted piece of plastic, right? Because tinting does one thing. It actually, essentially a tint, it affects the color underneath. So if I add that in, then it's going to suggest a tint, but the reflectivity will still remain the same. So if it was a not so shiny, or I think if it's, yeah, so right now it's like a very shiny surface, very polished surface. So if it was less shiny, then you will have a slightly different result. You won't see so much reflection on the surface. So I kind of like the little bit of a blue tint there. I think it looks pretty cool. So we'll keep that, and we'll just adjust the values here and maybe tone down the whites a little bit, because the whites are a little bit too much. What I'll do is also use the smudge tool. And let's break some of these highlights a little bit. And remember, we had that metal texture. And what we can do is also just add some scuffing. So these kind of clear plastics tend to get scuffed pretty badly, right? And the scuffing tends to pool at the highlights, so that's a good place to start in terms of scuffing placement. So the other thing I need to consider, because light's gonna flow through the blue plastic and it's actually gonna cast a blue light. So I'm just gonna color pick that blue and make sure that the layer underneath has a little bit of that blue tint, because as light passes through the blue tinting, it should affect the surface underneath. So I'm just using a soft airbrush on multiply, and I'm painting on that same layer, so in case if I decide to change the color, you can see actually it's affecting the layer underneath. So basically something like this, right? Okay, just making sure that that highlight edge is nice and pronounced, because you want to just capture that sharp little rim there. Okay, and we can finally say that this is done, right? So start off with a sketch. I'm pretty happy. It's pretty much close to what we originally wanted in the sketch, and flat colors, the toning and whatnot. And as I start to go in to fill up the whole screen, you see like we have quite a nicely completed head concept, right? So I'm not sure what to call this tutorial. I'm just gonna basically leave this as unedited, but I'll figure out a cool title, a nice little cover image, so that it makes it clear what the outcome is. But I do hope you enjoy this new format, or at least you enjoy this new addition to the format of my channel. I'm trying to make my channel as informative as I can. I've been doing this job and working in this industry for It's more than a decade now, so I'm hoping to just share all of the things I've learned so far. So this is Gerald signing out. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you like my content, please like and subscribe. And happy creating. And I'll see you next time. Bye bye.